Listo. Ahora sí, estamos en vivo y en directo. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo, donde ustedes son responsables de perder dinero si andan haciendo tonterías, así que no vengan a llorarme después. Estoy muy contento de tenerlos a todos por acá. Obviamente tenemos al buen Alex, al buen Farhan. Solamente quiero abrir esto para darle contexto a toda la gente que está entrando en este momento. Simplemente nos juntamos por 4 o 5 horas entre todos, analizamos básicamente al principio Bitcoin, después de Bitcoin, que es lo que tradeamos absolutamente diario, arriba y a la alza y a la baja. De ahí nos vamos a ver las preguntas del canal de YouTube, de todos los miembros del canal de YouTube, para ver qué acciones quieren que revisemos. Les vamos a dar todo esto. Obviamente, Alex y Farhan hablan inglés. Voy a platicar yo con ellos en inglés y acabando cada parte del análisis, les voy pasando el análisis también en español por si no hablan inglés y no se les da. Pero si no, también puedes aprender tantito inglés. Y esto es gratis, ni siquiera Interlingua tiene esta capacidad, así que prepárense. Vamos a empezar. Un gustazo verlos por acá en viernes. En el Discord, les dejé el enlace del Discord aquí abajo en ¿cómo se llama? En Instagram, en YouTube, pero lo voy a poner una vez más aquí en el chat para que lo tengan antes de traer estos monstruos, porque en el Discord dimos exactamente el movimiento de hoy. Ayer mismo en el canal estábamos platicando, teníamos que cerrar ese CME gap que existía y íbamos a ir a la baja para abrir un buen short. Ya le sacamos por ahí, así que lo único que quiero es que vengan y sean parte de esto, que la comunidad está haciendo dinero, damas y caballeros. Les dejo aquí el Discord como de que no. Y aparte es súper gratis, súper gratis. Hay muchas cosas gratis en este planeta, pero este es uno grande. Así que vámonos, señores, sin más ni más. Vamos a empezar inglés. De nuevo, les traduzco después y vamos a empezar analizando el precio de Bitcoin, como de que no. Alex, Farhan, welcome, gentlemen.
All right, good morning, sirs.
I was getting ready because the Instagram live, I just wanted to make sure that was going on. So, yes, we're live on Instagram. We're live right here. And let's go. So, how's it going?
Yeah, great day so far.
Happy Friday. Bitcoin's getting that bounce.
And by the way, it's Friday, Farhan. Now we know that.
Yeah.
Now we all know that.
Now we all know. Before we had a little bit of confusion, but we got through. We got
we went through it yesterday and we went through it today, this morning. Alex was too like, yeah, on Friday. Wait. So we're all like a little bit fucked out of time. All right. You guys want to start with Bitcoin? How's Bitcoin looking? I know we've been giving people on the Discord, and by we, I mean you guys, and I'm just taking credit, all of the insight out there. And we've seen a lot of people taking on some really good trades, some awesome trade signals that you guys gave out. So what exactly are you guys looking at? Let's start with you, Alex, on this.
Nice. Yeah, no. So Bitcoin, I mean, it's been pretty exciting this past week. I say that just because the volatility has been pretty unmatched. It's like a trader's paradise. So let's backtrack. Let's see where we are. So we see this dump here we fell straight into, basically, it's a very strong support at 49,000. Essentially, then we had a nice bounce, a nice trek up. I spoke about this on stream when we often get this slow grind up to a big moving average that, we had. This is strong momentum, but nevertheless, it still is based on a few candles. It's just kind of, to me, like a stair step. In my experience, oftentimes when we tap like the EMA 9 on a 12-hour for the first time, we more than not reject. And that's something we talked about in the Discord, actually, the Elite Trading Academy Discord. And I mentioned the potential short zone here. And you can see we perfectly got it. Nice dump, actually. But in my opinion, these just form lower time frame structure. So then essentially what we had here was potentially on the hourly, we were forming like a higher low on the hourly. Very low time frame structure forms when after these big dumps happen. Right, and people get really accustomed to just shorting all the way down, leading to often these squeezes up. But there was another play right after this short that we mentioned, talking about the EMA 9 on the 12-hour. It's kind of been my focus the past few days on if we're going to go up or keep rejecting. So we took the short here, a very nice 5% move, and then it was really simple to me. Is once we reclaim this EMA 9, I think then we get the legs to actually play out that 60 to 63K short thesis that we talked about. And that's kind of what happened exactly. So we had a nice squeeze past the broke to 21, and then very very closely came to the daily EMA 100, which has been a very big spot overall for Bitcoin. At least for me, it's been a spot where I've been watching pretty heavily because Bitcoin doesn't like to be come below this when it's super trending. You can see it didn't even hit this during the basically entire rally to 73,000. And so this has just been a very key spot for price. Now, if we go and look at the daily SMA 200, what made this a really easy play for me was basically I like how we have the SMA 200 and the EMA 100 coming very close together. That makes it pretty easy to identify like a very like a congested zone on Bitcoin. And so essentially what I was watching for overall is just a bearish retest. Something we've been mentioning here is, oftentimes Bitcoin will get these bearish retests, especially on these big dumps. And that just essentially will smoke the aggressive shorts that just shorted all the way down, but then also get everyone bullish again. Where all it's really doing is just giving us a textbook bearish retest, which should be looked at to potentially short. So that's kind of where we're at in the lower time frames on the 12-hour. I'm still eyeing this 63,300 area on Bitcoin. This diagonal meme channel here that we've been watching has been holding pretty well. I don't put too much weight on diagonals, but if it's working, I often say like don't change it. And it has worked. I mean, ever since anytime we've lost this area, it's led to big dumps. And so putting that confluence with the massive EMA 100 to me makes it an ideal spot to pay attention to. So the theory today would be all we're basically doing right now on Bitcoin is just backtesting the daily EMA 9. We would expect this area to hold right around 59,800 to 59,400. I know the daily EMA 200 also sits right around that EMA 9. So I would expect some bounce. And that is something I mentioned in the Discord this morning. So we're getting that bounce now after hitting this level. My question is, are bulls going to be able to sustain us above 60,000 today? A daily closure above 60,000, along with CME closing its weekly today, would signal at least that bulls are gaining some momentum. And it's something, not to discredit, I suppose. And the reason I say that is because CME is pretty important. We've been basically in this channel. It did break down, almost hit our support level at 47,500, but essentially quickly got deviated and bought back up. Now, as we see here on the daily, CME again rejected its EMA 9. EMA 100 now currently at its EMA 9. But why I'm watching CME today is because it's putting in actually an impressive weekly overall. And so we're seeing this across the board, especially on Bitcoin spot, where basically the weekly to me, we basically got that bearish retest. And that's why I'm watching closely with CME to see where we close. Ideally, we want CME to close above 60,000, which is healthily $500 above now. Along with spot too, as well, above it. So that's something I'm watching on the weekly. US dollar spot closes its weekly on Sunday, whereas CME closes it on Friday because it doesn't trade over the weekend. So something to watch overall, but to me, it was a pretty easy area to watch for like a bearish retest. And to me, that's for now looking what kind of happened. Not only did we have that daily EMA 100, daily SMA 200, right around that $63,000 level, but we also had the weekly EMA 9. If we take the 21 off and just focus on the 9, big spot for Bitcoin. In the entire move up, it essentially did not lose the weekly EMA 9. And then once we did, that just to me signaled the weakness / being kind of more caution. And so currently what we see now is we did lose it. This weekly, oftentimes on crypto Twitter, all it takes is a little bit of green for everyone to kind of forget what just happened. And so as it stands currently, to me, it looks like, a weekly EMA 9 bearish retest, and it did reject. This still has a while to go, 2 days, but something to consider, because if we see here on CME, which is closing today, it still is rejecting essentially as well. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean a death sentence, but right when we're getting all these levels that we talked about on stream finally hitting, and we are getting the reaction that we would expect, it is something that I mentally know. But for me, it wouldn't surprise me to see essentially some kind of green happen today, especially with Tether. My theory is essentially, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if today went green, leading to a sell-off in equities closing. And the reason I say that as well is because if we look at Tether dominance here, this is the inverse correlation to Bitcoin. So when Tether's going up, Tether dominance, Bitcoin's going down, and vice versa. So, impressive dump here. It makes sense that we'd have a rally into the 9 along with this resistance here. If we go to a lower time frame, it'll show that. So to me, Tether dominance could still come down a little bit more, in my opinion. I'm watching this 5.20 level, 520. To me, should be a bounce zone on Tether, and so essentially, what this could mean is we do get some more relief on Bitcoin. I do believe that we could actually properly test the daily EMA 100, retest it maybe again. It's like go into my zone here actually where this diagonal never actually got tested on the daily. If you go to the daily here, when you check it out, I'm really liking how the daily EMA 100, very much like here where price rallied straight into it and actually left a nice rejection candle leading to the actual downside. That's something I'm watching, and it's just more like patience is the name of the game. The 63.3 is very easy, and taking this trade on the short side makes it very easy to have an invalidation. Right? If any daily closures reclaim that, and you could even just use 12-hour closures too, if you wanted a little more of a front run instead of waiting for the daily. If we reclaim this, to me, that's a very good sign that bulls probably are going to take us a little, probably higher. And I say that because that probably means the weekly EMA 9 got reclaimed, but also just how important this level is. We see here, even on the dump, as soon as price reclaimed it, we basically got solid moves all the way up. And you can see this anytime Bitcoin has reclaimed this level here, simply right here. It always led to more expansion. This one did lead to expansion, but it was quickly sold off and then flipped into resistance. But the reason I like watching this level, and it's just something we all should be watching, is because this is just like the area where Bitcoin in the past has like to put in bottoms after it gets reclaimed. So to me, it's something to watch, especially with the weekly coming in right around it. It's nice to this week, going into next week, that we have all these levels kind of they're all around the same level, right around that 63,000 63,400 to 64K. So it's going to be interesting to see where bulls take this. The way Tether dominance is looking, it wouldn't surprise me if we did have a little more downside on Tether dominance, which could give more fuel to possibly filling my short trade that I have I'm patiently waiting for. Just like how the 4-hour, you see this 4-hour EMA 100s lining up perfectly with our meme line support here, right around that 5.20, 5.30. To me, that gives also more confluence that this 12-hour here will also probably get hit, just showing the inverse correlation. But also, stocks to me look still bouncy, and it wouldn't also surprise me if we got some bounce today. The idea, like I said, would just be leading into a sell-off on close, because I feel like all of the war dumps and major events and whatnot that we've been seeing have been happening over the weekend. So if I'm a big money manager, someone even holding a lot in the stock market, I probably wouldn't want to hold positions going into Friday. What I'd want to do is probably get everything to pump in, intraday, sell off at the end of the day, especially with what we hear with like Iran, and just like the whole Israel conflict still looming in the background. So overall, intermediate bullish leading the bearish retest. And that's kind of what I'm waiting and watching on Bitcoin. The volatility, though, has been very great to play. 5% moves down, 7% moves up. It's basically a trader's paradise right now.
Yeah, it's fucking phenomenal right now. So you'd say, just to put it real simple, probably we're going higher today just to find that EMA 100. Probably start a short right there. And if everything goes well, take the short, goes down around the EMA 9, and that's where you would exit that trade. Is that kind of like the setup that you're looking at right now? Just to
Kinda.
simplify it a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. What I'm liking about all my charts here is I'm getting a lot of confluence with this $40,000 region. Um, we see here that the reaction to 49K was legit, and I'm really liking that. But in my experience on Bitcoin in times like this, people often will assume that they've missed the short, it's over, right? And they just say that because we'll get legit rejections, but oftentimes, we can front run it. But what is max pain, in my opinion, is rejecting here, getting all the shorts thinking they caught a top. We just kind of slow bleed down, only to lead to a bigger bounce, especially after we hit that daily EMA 9 on Bitcoin. So essentially, right, this high, in my opinion, isn't safe. We go and tap it. I mentioned on the Discord to watch 63.3 to like 64.200. And just simply, if we get any kind of wick, the idea would be we go up, maybe wick reject here, leading to a closure. But yeah, I'll be eyeballing 63,300 as the ideal short.
Perfect.
And to me, I'm targeting like 44,000 on this. I'm liking on this chart, getting nice confluence with that level, and then also on this one as well. That 40,000 region basically was right where Bitcoin was consolidating before a massive breakout. We broke down, hit the daily EMA 100, quickly got bottomed and reclaimed, and then it was race off after Bitcoin healthily broke 44K. So I'm essentially looking for that, for a much bigger bounce overall.
Got it. All righty. Excellent. And before I jump into yours, Farhan, let me just fucking share with everyone what Alex just said in español, real quick. Vale, pues vamos a analizar rápidamente. Aquí tenemos Bitcoin, exactamente lo que nos dice Alex. Recuerden, la línea azul que están viendo acá, ese es el EMA 9. Están viendo acá en rojo el EMA 100. Obviamente el precio está en un canal que ha estado literalmente desde marzo del 2024 hasta ahorita. Hemos estado creando este tipo de bandera, lo que todo el mundo dice que podría ser una bandera alcista. Algo que dijo Alex en este momento fue voltear a ver un poco cómo rebotó el precio en el EMA 9, que es esencialmente la media del canal también, donde hay convergencia en 2 puntos de 2 diferentes indicadores. Son lugares donde queremos siempre poner atención porque normalmente es como un imán al precio. Mientras más cosas y factores tengas en un lugar, más el precio se va a dirigir a esa zona. Y como vimos, el precio justamente vino para acá abajo y rebotó. Ahorita lo que estamos esperando en este momento es muy probablemente ver al precio rebotar a la alza, simplemente por la fuerza que llevaba, rebotar a la alza y venir a buscar el nivel de acá arriba. Probablemente este tipo de alto, donde está el EMA 100, lo podamos romper a la primera y probablemente poder abrir un short entre los 63,400, 63,500 y los $64,000, básicamente, tener una zona de oportunidad aquí. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación? Yo diría que probablemente pasando esto acá en los 64,100, te puedas poner una invalidación corta. Esto ya es demasiado grande porque ya son los 65,300, pero por acá, porque estamos esperando que el precio muy probablemente haga lo que sigue. Espérame, estoy en una gráfica de 12 horas, déjame lo pongo en la diaria que lo pone más sencillo todavía para ver. El precio muy probablemente venga de acá, acá, y tenga un rechazo para abajo. Entonces, puedes hacer dinero apostando aquí, puedes hacer dinero apostando aquí a la baja, aquí a la alza, pero lo que estamos nosotros esperando para hacer nuestra entrada y lo que se compartió en el Discord fue este momento, esperar a que tenga el precio por ahí de los 63,500, 63,600, poder abrir un short. Y estamos viendo también, y les voy a poner aquí el SMI 200, cómo también estamos literalmente, o sea, tocándolo en este momento. Tenemos que ver si vamos a retomar esto. Si llegáramos a retomar estos niveles y tuviéramos un bounce para encima de esto, muy probablemente veríamos el precio seguir subiendo. Pero por ahora la teoría es que simplemente basado en todo lo que estamos viendo y algo que también Alex nos platica es la dominancia de Tether, que obviamente es el inverso en contra de las criptomonedas, ¿no? Este es el dólar, cuando el dólar se vuelve fuerte, todas las acciones se venden. Tether, cuando el dólar de Tether se vuelve fuerte, todo vende. Y entonces tuviste aquí fuerza en Tether, tuviste este dump, y ahora Tether está intentando retomar el EMA 9 y va a tener probablemente un rechazo, lo que nos pone en una zona de interés, que todo esto tiene convergencia con esta línea alcista por ahí del 5% o 5.1%. Es lo que estamos pensando. Este bajón va a hacer que el precio pueda dejar subir a Bitcoin y de ahí mandarnos para abajo. Todo está un poco correlacionado, pero es así de sencillo. Y de nuevo, para poder entender el setup, si tienen preguntas, dense una vuelta en el Discord, como de que no. All right, Farhan, you ready?
I'm muted.
Great, you're muted.
Yep.
You're on it today, though. You're on it today. I see that energy in your face.
I have a very, very special announcement for everybody, which probably properly describes the emotions in the crypto market at the moment.
What's the announcement?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
All right, let's switch to the chart.
So funny.
Oh, let's get it.
Nothing like a nice laugh on a Friday morning, right?
Nothing like starting your day like that, baby.
We're going to start off with the CME on the HPDR, the historical price delta range. So after this huge red candle, it ended up reversing the whole thing. It found some support at this 55 EMA, and now it's back into this mid range. And not only that, but it was able to hold the blue zone on the HPDR, where the price likes to stay within the blue zone and it doesn't like to be outside of the blue zone. Every time it goes outside, like to the upside, it ends up going back towards the blue zone down. And when it goes below the blue zone, it ends up finding its way back into the blue zone. So right now we have about 6 hours and 44 minutes until the weekly closes on CME. We're still rejecting all of these EMAs over here, the 21 EMA, the 5, and the 9. But I personally put more weight at closing in the blue area than I do of the EMAs, because for these numbers right here, each one of these zones has a statistical probability. So you have to subtract that from 100. So if you were to close above this blue zone right here, you would have a 61.8% chance of testing this top of the blue zone. The reason why I put more weight in that is because I have an actual number that I can hold on to, instead of something like they're not really subjective, but they are more subjective than an actual probability. And right now, this is a huge green hammerhead, while taking all of this previous liquidity before. It even took this liquidity below this area right here. It took every single one of these stop losses and ended up closing back above. And the technical term for that is swing failure pattern, where it goes below every single one of the liquidity points and ends up closing back above, which is one of the more predatory moves in the crypto market. It happens a lot in crypto. It happens sometimes in traditional markets, but not as often. But in crypto,
quite the rape.
Yeah, crypto happens all the time. And the more shitcoin you go down to, the more they do it, because the more predatory it becomes.
Crypto, we love it.
Right here on the the historical price momentum is starting to flip back up, but it's still kind of sideways right here. And volatility is starting to flip back up to support it as well. And on the other hand, on the Jewel, we're losing the sell signal. It flipped to a neutral signal, and we're about to confirm a buy signal. We have about 6 hours and 42 minutes to go. As long as we close above this blue zone right here at $58,618, this is going to confirm as a buy signal for the next week, and it's going to open curving back up. The last time we switched from a neutral signal to a buy signal at this area in the Jewel was over here, when price was sitting at $29,800 and we went up to $73,000 from there.
Right before the October 7th event, my friend. And
right before it.
this weekend it's kind of like that right now.
And now all we're getting is notifications that Israel's preparing for like the biggest attack they've ever had.
Is Israel about to pump our bags by killing a lot of brown people?
That's what always happens. They kill the brown people and our
Let's
blacks.
fucking go.
Let's check Spot. Spot looks pretty much just as the same thing as CME, where it's reclaimed as blue zone and it's rejecting these moving averages. But Spot still has 2 days and 10 hours to go. But the one little life hack that I figured out about that is wherever CME closes on the week, it's almost certainly where Spot is also going to close on the week. Because like the CME chart has more money behind it, more institutions. So the Bitcoin price likes to follow what CME is doing. That's where those CME gaps come from.
Got it.
Right now, we're still holding this area, and we're getting a little bit of a stronger momentum signal on Spot than we are on CME. And we're getting some bullish divergence right here. It's not confirmed yet. We would want to close over this blue area at 59,000. On Spot, it's 59,221, and that would confirm our bullish divergence. We don't have the buy signal yet on the jewel on Spot, but it's about to give us the upward curvature, and on this next close, we should have it. And let me switch to my other chart and show you another setup I'm looking at it from. This is the stochastic momentum setup. Where's my indicators?
Are they disappearing again on you?
No, they're
There
here
you
right
go.
here. They're here. Where's my indicators on my other chart?
You're missing indicators? I mean, I saw more indicators than I've ever seen in my life on that chart.
All right, so it's not working for now, but I still remember what it was. The previous pivot on the last week's close for the CME was around $64,500 to flip the price back up to flip momentum back to the upside. After last week's close, that number went down to $54,000. So right now, as long as the weekly on CME closes above $54,000, which we're about $6,000 above, and we have 6 hours and 40 minutes to go, momentum is going to start flipping back up to the upside. And the last time this has happened on CME, where momentum flipped back up to the upside from the bearish control zone, was over here around September of 2023, whenever we went from 29,000, we started that run, and we increased it in October and went up to $73,000. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen right now. Like nobody long here, then get liquidated, and then come to me and be like, "Oh, you said it was bullish." All I'm saying is that the momentum is starting to flip back into the favor of the bulls. I want to see how today's weekly close happens on CME before I make any decisions. But to me, it's starting to look like momentum is starting to flip back. And if you look at Tether dominance, like we just looked at before, Tether dominance is putting in a massive top candle on the weekly.
Yeah.
This is what my terminology is shooting star, but the official word is evening star. I just don't like that word because it sounds kind of gay. But
it is a little gay. It is indeed a little gay.
We've been finding this 55 EMA as resistance this entire time because we have a silver cross to the downside, and we were threatening to close above it and invalidate it. We went all the way up to the 50% zone, ended up sharply rejecting, and now we're back within the blue zone, and we're about to lose the 55 EMA again as another deviation. And if that happens, then the statistical chance would be a 61.8% chance that you go back down to this bottom of the blue zone, which lines up with this meme line right here at 4.67%. And at that point, you would have several drives of bearish divergence right here, because as you see, momentum went significantly higher than all of these times here, while price was way lower. That's what forms what's called a hidden bearish divergence, where the buyers put in more momentum and they were not able to push prices near where they were before with less work. So then whenever you get hidden bearish divergence, you can also call it a continuation divergence. That's going to signal continuation of trend. And right now, trend is currently to the downside. It's not confirmed yet. It's going to confirm in about 2 days, 10 hours. If it closes anywhere below this blue zone right here at 6.05%, that's going to confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drives of hidden bearish divergence on the week.
Holy shit.
And right here, the jewel is about to lose its buy signal and it's flipping neutral. If it closes like this in 2 days, this is going to flip into a sell signal. The last time we ever had a sell signal on the Jewel on Tether dominance in this area was right here in October of 2023, right before Bitcoin went absolutely parabolic.
Sounds like Israel's going to pump our backs, dude.
It really looks like it.
It's going to pump some people out of this world, and he's going to pump our Bitcoin back. Just what's important in this world. That's fine.
And to end off, on the last stream, I brought up stocks, and I was like, yes, I think stocks have bottomed. They're looking good. Right now, we still have a huge hammerhead green. I have to say candle because my terminology for it is not candle. Alex knows. I use a little bit of a more vulgar word.
Oh, what do you use?
Green dildos and red
Dildo?
dildos.
Oh, nice. Very mature, Farhan.
Right. The most mature person you've seen in your life.
Oh yeah.
I've seen a lot of mature people in my life, and I gotta tell you, he's mature. He's maturing. I tell you. Go on.
So right now we're above the 21 EMA, which we've held as support. In the last dump of here in April of 2024, we lost it over here in October, but then we quickly reclaimed it after the next two closes. So right now we're about to reclaim the 21. If we do, at that point we would have a 61.8% chance of testing the median over here, which is currently at 56.33. On the next close, because as you see it's curved up, on the next close it's very likely to go up. It's going to go somewhere around over here, which is around 57.48. And this blue zone is going to move up probably to around like 57.93. So I would say within the next month, if you're able to close above this 21 EMA, maybe 2 months or 3 months, we are very likely to test 5790 to around 5800 on the S&P, which also pushes my bias forward towards the momentum shifting back into the favor of the bulls on Bitcoin.
Look at you. All that bull hopium. Of course.
I'm trying to give everybody the most hopium I can give right now.
Good. Someone's got to. I mean, Donald Trump is trying to do it himself, right?
Someone had to do it. Somebody had to do it.
That's right. Somebody had to do it.
I am the chosen one.
It's fucking Valhalla is shining on you right now. All righty. Let me just explain this without your fancy indicators to everybody. Básicamente, Farhan está viendo esto de un lado más alcista. La razón por qué es porque cuando pones esto en la semanal puedes empezar a ver lo predatoria que fue esta vela, ¿no? Esta es una vela violadora, si le queremos decir así. ¿Por qué? Porque esta vela, muy sencillamente, vino a absorber toda esta liquidez bajista, se los comió a todos y volvió a subir a decirles, no se preocupen, nos quedamos en estos niveles. Lo que está viendo Farhan y lo que ven en su indicador azul, básicamente todos los colores que ven, la zona azul, y esto no sé cuántos de ustedes lo sepan, la zona azul es literalmente el sweet spot y la media de la zona azul es a donde el precio quiere ir. Es normalmente el promedio que está buscando. Lo que él está viendo es en spot, hablando de solamente spot, esta zona en este momento, para que tengamos un buen cierre, queremos ver que cerremos arriba de 55,221 el día de hoy. Estamos en 2 días y 10 horas. Esa es la semanal. Si podemos lograr un cierre arriba de los 55,221, que de nuevo está abajo de esta zona, es la media del canal, muy probablemente empecemos a ganar momentum alcista. Lo que vimos es que el momentum está literalmente volteándose de lado, la volatilidad de lado, pero los dos empiezan a voltearse para arriba. Vimos que el Joule tiene una señal de compra en las 6 horas. Estoy hablando ahora del CME, de los futuros de Bitcoin. Y lo único que va a tener que hacer esto es cerrar literalmente en unas horas, en 6 horas, arriba de $56,600. Con que cierre arriba de $56,600, y en este momento está $4,000 arriba de eso, con que cierre arriba de ese precio, muy probablemente va a ir a buscar la zona de la parte alta del indicador de Farhan, que nos llevaría muy probablemente por aquí de los $74,000, otra vez a retestear el máximo histórico. Cuando volteamos a ver Spot también, lo único que tiene que hacer es ese cierre que va a tomar 2 días más, pero Spot lo tiene que hacer en $59,000, que de nuevo estamos encima de él en este momento. Y cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether, y justamente lo que estaba diciendo Farhan también en esto, es todo esto, el mercado básicamente está puesto en este momento en la zona donde estaba en octubre del 2023, ¿dónde está el octubre del 2023? octubre del 2023, donde literalmente el precio, espérenme, déjenme, pongo mis demás estúpidos indicadores. Bien, Alejandro, quítalos en vez de ponerlos. Donde el precio literalmente pierde estos niveles y tiene una caída bastante grande. Estamos yendo a buscar, vimos que tenemos esta gran vela que es un Evening Star en inglés, pero también esta es una vela de tope clarísima, donde tienes 25% del tamaño de la vela, siendo, 25% del tamaño de la vela es lo que crea el cuerpo y lo demás está flaquito y además está por cerrar en la parte baja de la vela. Entonces, eso nos dice que esta muy probablemente sería una vela de tope en la semanal. Si se llega a dar el caso, eso quiere decir que la dominancia de Tether va a bajar. ¿Y qué creen que pasa cuando la dominancia de Tether baja? Todo lo demás sube. Estamos en un lugar bastante interesante en este momento. Otra cosa que también vimos fue el rechazo del IMA 9 y el IMA 21 y muy probablemente vayan a actuar como imanes para el precio subir en estos momentos. Así que pendientes a estos cierres de Bitcoin como de que no. Y ahora sí, let's get started with the other charts. Let's get started with the people's request. People want to see, people want to know what's going on. And ISRG is the first thing. There's someone who bought something that we said on the live stream. You should not buy this. The dude bought it, and he's now telling us on the chat. Is there any way you guys can tell me if this is what should I do with my position? I bought here, which of course is the top of the chart, and now the price is like right here. So I'm sure we'll get to him soon.
Nice try, FBI. You will not throw me in jail for financial advice.
We don't give financial advice. That's right.
Oh, yeah, there's no financial advice here.
No, and that's what I told everyone at the beginning of the stream. I was like, so we're going to talk charts. We're going to talk about the market. And I just want you to know, we're not here for you to blame us that you bought something. This is a fucking casino for degenerates. We're willing to lose it all. And if you lose your money, it's on fucking you. So be smart. You gotta throw the disclaimer. Now the disclaimer is in English so that people know that we're not fucking around. But let me tell you what you should do with your money. No. Let's get started with ISRG.
Who's going to do the first one?
Yeah, I can share.
I think I got it. Oh, you got it. Never mind.
Cool.
ISRG, looking it up myself. Yeah, no, yeah, we already charted this. Here we go. Let's go, Alex.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is, but ISRG, intuitive, surgical. So it was basically in this range. We see that it had this false breakdown here, and then when we have these false breakdowns, and I'm viewing the 12-hour, we can go to the daily to get a little more accurate. So, what's it called? When we get false breakdowns like this, oftentimes, it's hard to know at the time if it is because they'll often look really predatory. We get the bearish retest, we go down, even break the low. But, our basically sign that this chart was becoming somewhat bullish was the fact that we reclaimed support really fast. I have support at $252.90. That to me would have been the key sign to kind of be on potential higher low watch then, because oftentimes when we do reclaim like a major support here, that price basically likes to be in and base off of or reject when it's below. To me, it just signals that this whole thing could just be on the grand scheme of things a bigger move, and that's kind of what we saw. So like even though it got lost here, we did form this higher low, simply leading to the higher high. And so how I would have played this essentially was just viewing that $252.90 region. Chart's looking good though. Daily is definitely in an uptrend since making that low here at 179.15. So overall, basically the trend is your friend. And so we were basically in a channel here, very clean price action, didn't fully reach our resistance level, but came back straight to this $252.90 region for a beautiful back test. So essentially what we see now is we did break out again. We had strong resistance at $369.06. This stock's essentially in discovery mode, as we call it. And that's just when, this thing is just making all-time highs currently like it is now. If we go now to the weekly, it'll basically give more evidence to the strength. We'll throw the Bollinger Bands here, and you can see the weekly Bollinger Bands are currently expanding and breaking out. This is definitely a welcoming sign here. We can see the basically the pinching that was happening right around May 20th, leading to the weekly breakout essentially. To me, when I see something like that, it really tells me strength. We would just want to respect the trend. I like the Bollinger Bands. If we just take it all out here, you can really see this pinching happen. And each time the weekly is pinched, it's led to breakouts. Now, this won't happen each time, but basically, since forming this low here, right on October 10th, 2022, anytime the weekly's been pinching like this, and pinching essentially represents, volatility about to expand theoretically. It's at a point where it's at its lowest point. Think of it kind of like a ball underwater, and as soon as you let go of that ball, it's going to shoot right back up. And that's kind of what we see here, and on the weekly with ISRG. So currently, we're getting that breakout now. I don't really look at the bands as resistance or support, more as just a gauge on volatility. And I do know Caretaker has, I forgot what the indicator is. Farn can let us know, but
It's called the BBWP. It's a free indicator that anybody can use.
yeah,
It's one of my favorites.
it goes hand in hand with the Bollinger Bands, giving you a little more accurate data on the price points. So I thought that was interesting. Essentially, on the weekly though, it basically what I like about stocks is it can just show you the trending moves really nicely. Especially on this weekly chart, this is just like the definition of an uptrend, making higher lows and higher highs. And so that's just what we'd expect now, especially how the weekly looks. To me, I would look at $369 as an opportunity to bid. It wouldn't surprise me if price came back down and back tested it, especially with what we see here on this impressive move up, just kind of slow trekking up here. It wouldn't surprise me if it came down. We know if we're basically going to go a lot higher if we break basically July 22nd's weekly high, in my opinion. But right now, on the lower time frames, I guess bears are essentially kind of watching this to see if it's going to be a lower high on a wick basis, meaning the price of ISRG won't go back above this high here.
And that's a topping candle right there too. That
Yeah.
hasn't been invalidated. That actually was
So
confirmed at first, and then when the price went back up,
yeah, so this could be considered an inverse hammerhead essentially. So that is right. It is a topping candle, and then we also have this nice gap here, right around $425. So to me right now, if I was bearish on this, it'd be really easy. You just simply draw a meme line to this top. The idea would be we're not going to break this high, and then shorting this. I wouldn't short this, right? But that's essentially what the bear hopium would be. And it'd be playing this top. Essentially, people who caught this short are getting kind of squeezed out on a stock degree, I guess. And then essentially, this would just be the lower high leading to the lower low, confirmed if we break this low here. At $413.82. So that's the bear hopium. Bull hopium is it's still healthily above the EMA 9, which is really important. We see that always hold in trending markets, and if we lose it, then we often look to the 21, which can act as support. This was a quick deviation down, quick buyback. So right now, very strong chart. I wouldn't short this if I was playing this at all. There'd be no play to short this, and the strength is really evident on the weekly. It's not losing any major levels at all. No major EMAs are lost, and even to give more fuel to the bulls, we're breaking those weekly Bollinger Bands currently. So something to, I guess, keep DCAing. If you're looking more for like opportunity to buy, I just focus on this daily EMA 100. Very simple. Price should be above that if we're in a bull market. You can see ever since it got reclaimed, basically it's been up only, and then any massive dumps into it have just been opportunities. So that's something I would gauge and look at. I wouldn't change that if it's been working. Now let's go to the lower time frames, like a 4-hour. And let's see here. Let's see if we see anything at all on this 4-hour. Yeah, so even the 4-hour confirms a potential break of the bands, giving basically fuel that there's a good chance this high here is going to probably break, especially with how the 4-hour candle is looking currently. We had some nice expansion on these two. This is potentially a consolidative candle on the 4-hour. I guess the idea would be potentially if we don't break out, let's see the hourly could be forming a bull flag. Um, no, not entirely. But you do see almost like this W reversal pattern. So again, confirmed if we break this $468.44 high. Strong chart, nothing really bearish about it, other than a slight pullback leading to another lower high. Trend is your friend, so you have to respect it. There's no point to make your life harder fighting trend. If we do get pullbacks, you should just be in the mode to look for the higher low. Especially with just how strong the weekly looks. It's it's been basically telling you every single week to just buy and look for higher lows. So currently at major resistance, wouldn't be bidding this now. Instead, I would be switch to the daily and focus on that if you're trying to bid it. Currently sitting at $407. As an opportunity potentially. And we can see that here, breaking out of resistance, back testing it, and then basically our first major, I mean, you could call this a pullback, but I look at these highs here as potentially short-term resistance / support when I'm trading, right? Not investing, but trading. And so we can look at like these highs here. And it's really evident to me, triple top leading to more downside. So we could just take a meme line here, which is slightly lining up with this daily EMA 100. So if we do get any kind of, downside, I'll be looking at this zone. This will keep moving up, every daily closure. But it could just help to give more confluence, essentially, especially with trading. But overall, strong chart. Trend is your friend. Weekly is in an uptrend, which is bleeding into the daily being an uptrend, the 4-hour, even the hourly. If we break this high. Right here at $468.44. So something to watch. Strong chart though. Good start.
Very nice.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah. Not one of those charts that's going to zero. So that's a nice change.
Yeah, literally.
Thankfully.
Weekly breakout. It's nice. Not bad.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Vale, pues tenemos aquí el gráfico de ISRG, no sabemos qué exactamente es Intuitive Surgical, y también cotiza en el Nasdaq. ¿Qué es lo primero que ven en esto? Obviamente estás viendo una tendencia alcista, ves cómo el precio va de acá para acá, estás creando nuevos máximos históricos, nuevos altos históricos por acá, y estás a punto de romperlos una vez más, o mínimo intentar romperlos. Estás viendo una tabla semanal, tenemos niveles importantes de pivote justamente acá para poder poner nuestra resistencia o nuestro soporte, dependiendo en dónde esté el precio. Es lo primero que tienes que notar. Es una bastante fuerte tendencia alcista. Puedes ver cómo estamos arriba del EMA 9 desde acá. Tuviste un tremendo fake out aquí y luego lo volvió a retomar y sigues para arriba. No te quieres pelear jamás con una tendencia. La tendencia es tu amiga, es como dicen en Estados Unidos, ¿no? En inglés, the trend is your friend. Y es justo lo que nos recuerda Alex. No te quieres pelear con esto, no quieres agarrar y sacar de la nada y poner acá, güey, este es el tope y se acabó. Aunque, si pasamos a la diaria rápidamente, podemos ver acá, tenemos una vela de tope justamente en el alto. Pero ahorita podemos ir a invalidarlo. La invalidación de este tope sería simplemente un cierre arriba de los 469.16, divino número. Entonces, aquí personalmente pondría justamente esto. Listo. Para que tengamos una referencia de esto. Ahora, ¿cuál fue el movimiento que justamente estaba diciendo Alex? Y algo que les quiero enseñar es simplemente el movimiento en los Bollinger Bands que nos lo pone el maestro por acá. Quiero que vean esto. Lo voy a poner en la semanal para que tengamos un poco más de perspectiva. Pueden ver, cuando se aprietan las bandas, es cuando la volatilidad te está diciendo que está a punto de reventar y luego tienes esta expansión. Cuando tienes la expansión es cuando ves el precio subir o bajar, de acuerdo a dónde se fue. Pero el precio está encima de las bandas. Esto es bastante alcista. Eso quiere decir que el precio tiene muchísima fuerza detrás de él y momentum. Así que no te metas en contra de ello. Algo interesante, les voy a poner el EMA 100. es lo que parecería ser una buena entrada sería simplemente regresar al EMA 100 y poder tocarlo. Sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, pueden ver que el precio le gusta coquetear con ella. Y sobre todo, si pones un nivelón por acá, te puedes dar cuenta en los 402 que hay convergencia. Entonces, el precio por acá más o menos tal vez venga a buscar para darte una nueva oportunidad de entrada, pero lo más probable es que siga con fuerza a la alza. Entonces, hasta que no venga a visitar el EMA 100, diríamos manitas arriba. Ahorita lo que podrías hacer tranquilamente, pero no lo recomendamos, y Alex dijo específicamente que él no lo recomienda, es abrir un short en esta zona de los 469. Y obviamente el pullback es lo que te vas a llevar y puede que regrese hasta los 416, pero la tendencia, una vez más, es tu amiga, va para arriba, y eso quiere decir que muy probablemente este es un trade de alto riesgo, porque no tienes punto de referencia en ningún lado. Estamos en descubrimiento de precio. Descubrimiento de precio simplemente es cuando estás haciendo altos nuevos y no sabes hasta dónde va a subir, ¿no? Eso es parte de esto. Entonces, muy buena tabla, bastante alcista ISRG. Ahí lo tienes tus niveles importantes, tus ideas de trade y tus ideas de entradas también. Perfecto. All righty, Farhan. Are you motherfucking ready?
I remember to unmute myself this time too.
Well done, sir. Well done.
We're
All right.
improving.
Let me
All
see.
right, what's the chart?
Let me see what we got. Oh, there you go.
Rivian, my favorite. My favorite.
Rivian. My dogs. Is Rivian going to continue to go down?
He's just not as smart as Elon Musk, the smartest man on the planet.
Oh, that motherfucker. Rivian doing it's kind of doing exactly what we said he would do.
All right, so we're going to start off on the weekly on Rivian on the HPDR.
Let's see.
Right now, we've been same thing as last time.
Share your screen.
Oh, I did not share my screen. I remember to unmute myself, but in place of that, I didn't share my screen.
Listen. We can't be all perfect. Just
Right?
Little by little, we'll get there. Little by little, we'll get there. Look at my face. There's nothing I can do about it. It's better than forgetting your chart. So, or sharing your screen. Get it.
So every single time, like last time I mentioned that we've been rejecting this 55 EMA every single time. We had a little bit of a close above here, but we quickly rejected it again and we lost it. Right now, we're holding this 9 EMA as a resistance and the 5, but we're still within this little bit of a range right here, which makes sense because the blue zone is still so far down and the price does not like to be away from the blue zone. So usually whenever this type of price action happens, the blue zone will follow price back up. Like you see right here, when it was above the blue zone and it ended up consolidating, then the blue zone followed price back up, and then it ended up like finding a stabilization zone there.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm thinking is more likely, instead of like a pump or a dump, is that we consolidate in this area. This blue zone goes up, and then from there we can decide where we're going to go, if we're going to go up or down. Based off of the weekly jewel, which is about to flip into a neutral. It's currently at neutral, but it's about to flip into a sell signal. That's not going to be necessarily a dead sentence because we're still above all of these moving averages, the slow one and the fast one. Mm-hmm. But it would say that we're very likely to come down and retest this consolidation zone here at $12.46.
Yep.
Right now, we still have momentum heavily pointed towards the upside. We have volatility supporting it too. So I would say that there is a slightly lesser chance that it's going to go down, and it's a higher chance that it's going to consolidate here. Let's switch over to the momentum chart, and we'll get a good idea from that. What I like about this momentum chart is that it gives you the exact price you would need to flip it back to the upside or the downside.
How?
It calculates it based off of the, like, to be honest, the people who make this shit are way smarter than me. But it calculates it based off of like the momentum, or like, I have no idea how it calculates it, to be honest.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Valid. I know you didn't build it, so I was just curious if you knew. Get it.
So, but yeah, momentum is one of those things where you can actually use it reverse to calculate price, like with this one on the stochastic, and you can do it with RSI as well. When it comes to volatility, or it comes to things like historical price data, that's where you cannot revert it to know what price you would need to flip it back up. But right now, our momentum pivot is $16.56 for the week. We're going to close in 5 hours, so it doesn't look very likely that we're going to reclaim that. Momentum is probably going to flip back down, which is not really that bad. It just lines up with our previous idea that we're probably going to retest that consolidation zone somewhere around like $12. what bulls like to see is that volatility is starting to flip down as well. On the BBWP, this is the Bollinger Bandwidth percentile. It takes the Bollinger Bands and it uses that tightening metric to give you a number of what volatility is at. And currently it's at 65%, but it is flipping down. And every single time Rivian has had volatility flipping down was a point of consolidation. Like right here, we consolidated for a little bit. Right here, we consolidated. Right here, we consolidated. So that lines up with the idea that we would go down to that $12 zone, consolidate there. At that point, this would probably keep moving down this stochastic momentum. Each week it moves down, it becomes one step closer for the bulls to come back in control. Anywhere around here would be to where this number is going to be probably below price action. And bulls are not really even going to have to do anything to switch it back up. Right now, bears are in control because it's still in the bullish control zone. The way you can, a key thing to remember is the opposite. If you're in the bullish control zone and you're at the extremes, it's easier for the bears to take over. And if you're in the bearish control zone in the extremes, it's easier for the bulls to take back over.
Got it. So each extreme, it's basically kind of like a flip of momentum.
Yeah, because after we had this move from $8 all the way up to $18, $19, it took momentum to the extremes.
Yeah.
So now this needs to calm down before we can get it in the move back up. Because price action will almost certainly never move opposite of what the oscillators are telling you. Because the oscillators control the action in the market. And you've seen a lot of times whenever oscillators try to go against that, they'll hit those circuit breakers and they'll stop the trading.
Yeah.
It's a free market, the freest market in the world.
Oh, absolutely. I've been in a lot of free markets. This is the freest one, just like you said.
Right now, what I like to see on the daily is that we are above the 200 and we're kind of basing off of it and the 55. And the momentum is freshly turning back up on the daily. Our pivot right now is $13.40 to turn momentum down on the daily. So if we close below that today, then we're probably going to come back down to retest these lows, possibly even lower. But until this is still up, I would say it's safer to be biased towards the upside. Let's check some on the last note. Let's check some divergences, and that'll give us the last thing we need. So we have some hidden bearish divergence right here on the weekly RSI. We have hit the easy target right now. So if we bounce here, then it'll be confirmed and it'll be over, and we can move back on. Right now, the easy target was at around $13.70 to $14, which we've hit. If we close below this 21 EMA at 1367 or 1365, our next target is this bearish control zone. And that is right now at $8.23, which it's a revisit of our current lows.
Balls.
If that confirms, I would have no choice but to get out.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's going to confirm today, no?
Yes, 5 hours.
Yeah.
We have to lose 21 though. I bet.
Yeah, and you also coincide with your the momentum pivot right now at 1340. It's really close too.
Plus the jewel's about to give us a sell signal as well.
On the daily.
Right here on the monthly, we are above the 9, and we're still holding that as support. So that is a little bit of hopium, but that's probably the only hopium I could really find right now.
You're very good at finding hopium, though.
I'm the best hopium dealer.
You are. You're fucking dealing that hopium left and right, and everybody's just like high on it right now.
Yeah,
including myself.
Let me pass out the belt, the spoon, the syringe. Get that hopium.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. There you go. Sorry, Alex. I removed your screen. I don't know why. I apologize.
All good. No, all good.
All
I'm
right.
looking at Rivian too. It's not looking bad. Do you look at OBV, Farn?
No, I like RSI more than OBV.
I see. OBV looks like potential inverse head and shoulders, which tend to hit more on the daily because no one looks at OBV. So something interesting. Add to the bull hopium.
There you go. You're fucking passing that hopium around, I see. I like it. Let me share with everyone this. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian. Vamos a empezar en la semanal, que es lo que Farhan nos estaba dando el buen análisis que soltó. Voy a poner simplemente mis indicadores por acá. Déjame, me elimino este que acabo de agregar. Quería ver cómo se veía. Esto es Rivian, damas y caballeros. El precio de Rivian en este momento está cotizando en $14.39, por si se lo preguntan. Estamos en la semanal abajo del EMA 9, que está en 14.39, pero estamos encima del 21, que normalmente es una buena señal, en 13.16. Lo que estamos viendo es en la semanal que estamos arriba del EMA 55, ese no lo tengo en pantalla, eso normalmente nos dice que estamos consolidando y queremos consolidar más o menos en este nivel. ¿Qué se refiere consolidar? Sencillamente que el precio ranguee en esta zona más o menos, ¿ok? Esa sería básicamente la idea de esto. Lo que vemos es que estamos viendo el Joule está yéndose de neutral a dando una señal de venta si es que cerramos abajo de los 12.46. En esta semana, para cerrar esta vela semanal, le faltan solamente 5 horas al precio. Hay una más grande posibilidad de que haya consolidación a que se caiga. Pero en la semanal también, el momentum está a punto de hacer un pivote en los 16.16. Si perdemos básicamente, si no podemos obtener los 16.16, que no va a pasar el día de hoy, antes del cierre, probablemente este momentum vaya a darse la vuelta e irse para abajo. Y la volatilidad también está empezando a voltearse a ver para abajo. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, yo creo que nos cuenta una mejor historia por acá. Pueden ver perfectamente, estamos perdiendo el SMI 200, estamos un poco de rechazo en el 9, en el 21 también, y lo que vimos es que el momentum está empezando a voltearse para arriba, pero necesitamos cerrar el día de hoy arriba de 13.40 para poder salvar el día. Aunque el Joule está dando una señal de venta, y esto se va a activar si no podemos cerrar arriba de los 13.40. Entonces queremos que aguante este nivel. Si perdemos los 13.40, eso suena que es el nivel más importante. Empezaríamos a tener objetivos a la baja, y nuestro objetivo a la baja está más o menos alrededor de estos bajos que vimos de los $8. Así que pendientes al cierre semanal. No queremos perder los 13.40, perdemos los 13.40, probablemente vayamos a bajar hasta los $8. He ahí la cosa. Y un poco, se siente un poco mezclada la tabla, honestamente. Si solamente la estoy viendo yo desde acá, sé que estoy perdiendo todos mis niveles de los EMAs y los, digamos, llamémosles promedios importantes. Si solamente estoy viendo mi tabla, y creo que es algo que pinta bastante bien la idea, si tiene cara que el precio quiere ranguear aquí. Entonces, tal vez nos pueda aguantar el piso y, como dijimos, el nivel importante a ver, los 13.40, básicamente esta línea amarilla. Si perdemos esta línea amarilla, vamos a decirle adiós a todo y probablemente vayamos a revisitar el piso en Rivian. Así que ahí lo tienen, Rivian, para todos ustedes. Vamos rápidamente a la siguiente, Roblox. Alex, have you done Roblox? It's a pretty good one. I like
I don't think so. Let me see.
I enjoy Roblox. They had a problem today. They got kicked out of a country. I can't remember which one. They were like, all right, kids are not going to play with your bullshit. So now they're eating dick in that country.
Roblox. I don't think I've ever played this game. I think my siblings have, though.
No, I feel like it's too, like for way younger people.
Yeah,
I know you're still a young buck, but not like that.
Yeah, I don't really play too many games, actually. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the game is this one.
Yeah, apparently. I play the game of trading, so let's see.
It's a way more risky game and dangerous.
Pays off a lot more, though.
Fuck yeah. Because you can win that game. No one gives a shit. Oh, you beat the level. That's awesome. In here, it's like, oh, you beat the level. That's awesome. Let me add it to the stage. Here you go. Kind of have a little bit of the same bullshit chart.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much data here. So, like, I just quickly charted this right now. There's really not that much data here. So even using a weekly, you could see this EMA 100 barely populating, which tells me that it's not the most. So like when often then I'll go to a 3-day and we'll get a little bit more data. Still not a lot though. And so currently right now, I mean, since the precipice of this stock IPOing, we've basically just kind of been in down only, and then just in this consolidating range.
Mhm.
There really isn't much on this chart other than just a big range. I have resistance here at 53 and support at $30. So it is quite a large range. But currently, as it stands, we see here that Roblox currently is trying on its 3-day basically to get back above its EMA 100. A nice bounce and reaction zone each time it does get back above. And keep in mind, there hasn't been many instances where it has. So currently, though, it is trying to get back above that. I do have resistance here at $38. So price is currently just dancing with resistance, especially on the 3-day. Now let me see here. We made a low. So the hopium here is that basically
Getting
bulls
tighter.
wanna, yeah, we are, and like the Bollinger Bands show that perfectly. I'm actually glad you mentioned that because, like I said on stream, oftentimes when we get these kind of just long ranges that happen, this range has been going on since 2022. Um, it often just means that the bands are getting extremely tight. I can imagine on the weekly they're probably even tighter. Yeah, so basically, theoretically, a move should happen um, the tighter these get. And so when we look at like higher time frames, let me just check a monthly here. Even the monthly shows this. This is extremely tight. Granted, there's
Mhm.
not a lot of data on this chart, but to me, it's telling me that we're going to get some kind of potential range break sometime soon. Maybe within the next 3 months, right? But theoretically, when they get as tight as they are, and they haven't been this tight since, let me even see here. Yeah, like last time they were even remotely this tight was basically back on July 17th, and that was to the downside. And so, as it
Mhm.
stands now, how this weekly looks overall, it wouldn't surprise me if we do get a break to the downside of the weekly bands. And the reason I say that is just because if you just use simply moving averages, we are currently below all of them. We also see here that uh, these three candles basically we tried to hold above, leading to a massive rejection here, and then deviation this week. So currently, as it stands right now, it's not looking too good, simply just because of how that rejection kind of invalidated the bull hopium of price holding back above these key moving averages each time. Simply here led to a nice pump up. As soon as we lost it here, nice dump. And so that's currently what I see now is the potential just bearish retest, kind of like potentially on Bitcoin and across the board, um, potentially leading to more downside. Now, before I mentioned the Bollinger Bands, I was looking here at this 3-day. And so essentially right now, the hopium here for bulls is that we can flip and break some structure here. Structure in the downside, because as it is in a range, but technically trend is still down. But there is hopium on this 3-day. And the reason I say that is because even on this massive dump here, which was a 24% 3-day candle, we still couldn't break this low. So I guess the hopium here would be that bulls can somewhat form structure by breaking this high. This high at 47.19, in my opinion, will basically confirm that this is the higher low, breaking potentially the lower high that was basically formed here.
Mhm.
Where it basically caught bears off guard, in my opinion, was the fact that support held nicely here. And price doesn't like to lose this support. Each time it's basically deviated back above. So that's, in my opinion, the bull hopium, but it's not based on anything other than just hopium because of the fact that, the 3-day, the weekly, most likely even the daily is looking rejective. And
Oh,
we're,
yeah.
and we're seeing this now where, massive deviation, nice dump, rallied up, broke the daily EMA 100, hit the daily EMA 9, which is where we would expect the rejection to happen if we are in like in a downtrend, and then fell right below, now rejecting off the EMA 100 on the daily. So overall, not looking the best. And you can see here how even the daily SMA 200, if you just focus on that rather than the EMA 100, has been a big rejection spot for price, and also a massive support area here and then here, once it got reclaimed. So getting below that isn't good, and it just solidifies the resistance area I have right around $38. So for now, I would just watch closely. I don't see too much. I don't see too many too many things to be bullish on this chart. Other than the fact that we potentially could be forming structure, it's just unconfirmed right now. We need to break this high at $47. If I go to a lower time frame, like a 4-hour, the hopium is like this is a 4-hour higher low, and potentially leading to another higher high. In my opinion, will be confirmed if we can break. Even if you call it this here, because I don't want to use this high because it didn't lead to the lower low. I'd rather use this high, which led to the lower low, which gives bulls a little more leg room. So we put just a line here, a meme line, and we'll add this green because this is like the money level. If bulls can get back above there, there's a really good chance we're going to squeeze up a lot higher, potentially breaking the weekly Bollinger Bands. But as it stands, bearish on most all time frames, actually, 4-hour, daily, weekly, 3-day. And so I would just expect that this EMA 9 on the 4-hour, if you just like trade this on the lower time frames, keeps acting as resistance. Very much like it acted as support. Not the cleanest here, but it did. We would expect that this 21 and 9 is resistance now. But if you're bullish on this, watch this 46.24, because that's like the only hopium I can find where we technically didn't break this low here at $29.50. So potentially this could be a higher low, unconfirmed though totally, especially if we can't break the levels I mentioned. So, overall, not a bad chart. If you like range trading, I guess, but there's just so much other things that have so much more momentum. This is on a monthly now, and you can just literally see the range perfectly.
Dude, it's phenomenal. I traded the range. It's been fucking great, but now it's not touching like the top or the bottom of the channel, so it's made it really hard. That's why I haven't been in it.
And you can see this, like I was watching this here. If we just add another meme line at this wick low here, we're kind of finding it. You can call this like the mid-range. I often with mid-ranges make it dashed. That's kind of where we're finding support now, but it's in my no trade zone currently. And the reason I say is because you are right. It is just in the middle of the range. And therefore, while the bands are getting tight, so it makes it almost like a coin toss. To find out which way it's going to break. But statistically and right now as it stands, it should break to the downside. The chart's not looking bullish by any means. So just out of curiosity, and you can see this almost on the daily. The daily bands tried to break here, fell back into it. So I guess some hopium, kind of like here, it tried to break, fell back into it. But all this really did was made them tighter. So some hopium there on the daily, but not a good sign that the daily band's already breaking, because again, that could just lead into the 3-day breaking potentially. So this to me though, as it stands, can still get tighter, especially when you see this start pointing up hard and this curving down. It can just get to a point where they're just squeezing very, very tight. So they can get more tighter. Essentially, this chart, which shouldn't surprise anyone since it's been in a range since 2022. Has more range and consolidation to go. The question is, are we going to break down or break up? This green line confirms the breakout at $46.30. And then basically this red line here at $30 confirms the breakdown. If I were to play this, it's really simple. I would just either wait for a confirmed breakout or breakdown. Confirmed either with closures below this line, out, consolidate this massive resistance into support for potentially a move up like that. But when we're here, there's, in my opinion, no point to be aggressive. And it's very much like a few weeks ago when we were talking about Bitcoin's range. When we have a stock like this in a multi-year range, the break is going to be big. And we know it's going to be big just based on what we see here with the monthly. This is pretty tight for a monthly. Now there's not a lot of data, but it is expanding and it is squeezing, not expanding. So theoretically, that we should get a monster move here soon on Roblox. Yeah, absolutely. So very interesting to watch.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Now, everybody, look at mine because I'm telling you, I've been trading this for a while. So I've had this range forever. Although on mine, we're below the range, the middle of the range. Yeah.
And yours is probably more accurate because I just threw that on right now. But even on your chart, it does show just like, because I see where you got your mid-range. I used essentially the wick low of that candle to form my mid-range. But it shows, Roblox just likes the range. I think Nancy Pelosi had a lot of call options on this when it did IPO. I'm unsure though, but she's trading everything. She's a degenerate like us.
She's the best. She's like our inspiration to get good at. Like we want to be that good. Like we almost know what's going to happen, right? Like that good. So you can just read a chart like Nancy, and then it's almost like reading the future. Like you're getting information that no one else has. But that would be illegal. Obviously, she doesn't do that.
She doesn't do that.
She's so good at looking at the charts. It's unbelievable. No, Farhad, you're muted somehow. Oh wait, no, you're not muted.
I used to think I was good at TA, and then I saw Nancy Pelosi's performance, and I'm like, I ain't shit, bro.
Nancy Pelosi just won the gold medal, broke all the Olympic records. Like, that's what she does. She's just really good. So we're not going to put ourselves through that. We strive to be like Nancy Pelosi, as good of a trader, but we just got to keep working, boys. We just got to keep working. Also, thanks for slaying some hopium, Alex. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
On this chart. Okay. Estamos viendo Roblox, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver que desde el IPO tuvo esa gran subida y ahora ha estado rangueando. Estamos en una tabla semanal. Los voy a poner en la... Bueno, les quiero enseñar varias cosas. Cosas que notamos rápidamente. Uno, si ponemos los Bollinger Bands, nos podemos dar cuenta, aunque estos no sé por qué no funcionan estos en la semanal para mí, pero funcionan en la diaria. Déjenme sencillamente hago esto más grande y pueden ver cómo literalmente se está formando el fabuloso pene de apretar las bandas, y las bandas están apuntando esta de arriba para abajo y esta de abajo para arriba, lo que lo está haciendo más y más apretado. Y si nos ponemos en medio de la tabla y volteamos a ver esto, me parece que es el EMA 9, si no estoy completamente equivocado, pero la media del canal está teniendo un rechazo y ahora está rangueando por acá el precio. Normalmente cuando los Bollinger Bands se aprietan y vienen de algo más flojito como de por acá y lo ves apretarse, te está diciendo que va a haber un movimiento muy agresivo. No sabemos si es a la alza o sabemos si es a la baja. Literalmente este precio ha estado rangueando por años. Empezó a ranguear desde febrero del 2022. Estamos en agosto del 2024. Estos son 2 años de precio, lo que están viendo en este momento. Para poder juntar más datos, abrió Alex la tabla de los 3 días para poder tener un poco más de certeza en estos movimientos de precio, y mientras más te acercas, más se pierde un poco la estructura. Quiero que vean exactamente esto. Estamos abajo de la media del canal. Les voy a poner el EMA 21, el 9, el 100 y además voy a prender ahora el 200 y pueden ver que literalmente en la de 3 días nos está aguantando el SMI 200, que es el morado, en 37.39. El precio ya está abajo de él. El 21, que es el amarillo, 37.83. El SMI, el EMA 100 está en 38.42 y el 9 en 38.46. El precio está en 37.29. Está 10 centavos abajo de todos estos soportes. Eso quiere decir que probablemente esté bajando. ¿Cuál es la manera de ver esto? Sigue rangueando. Este es algo bastante, y esto es algo que dejé de tradear justamente por esto, porque ya no me estaban dando mis rangos. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? A que pueden ver aquí, estaba tocando el canal, la parte arriba, abajo, bastante fácil de tradear, pero dejó de tocarlos de arriba, dejó de tocarlos de abajo y ahora está aquí rangueando en esta zona que es bastante pequeña. Si lo ponemos en la diaria, ajustamos la vista y les pongo una vez más el 200, está ya perdido, el 21 más que perdido, el 9 más que perdido, está justamente en la media del canal, y el 100 también más que perdido. Venimos acá, intentamos romper a la alza, pero aquí honestamente fue donde lo perdimos. Cuando perdemos estos niveles, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Tenemos bajones sabrosos. Aquí lo pueden ver, un bajón sabroso de 40%. ¿Cuál es el hopium de esta tabla? ¿No? Como dicen los hopium boys acá. El hopium de esta tabla es sencillo. Lo único que quieres esperar en la tabla de 3 días es que estés formando estructura. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? A que literalmente este sea un bajo más alto que este, porque este es un bajo más bajo que este. Estos son altos más bajos que los pasados, lo que es bajista. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estás esperando? A que el precio vaya acá arriba, apoya en el canal y siga subiendo. ¿Y qué es lo que tienes que romper? Esta zona. Tienes que romper esta zona de los 47.30. Si rompes esta zona de los 47.30, te está indicando que efectivamente estás haciendo un nuevo alto y que estás creando básicamente esto, ¿no? Pero tienes que esperar a ver cómo se da. Hasta ahorita no tenemos respuesta de nada. Estás literalmente abajo de todo soporte. Y si tienes este cierre semanal aquí, vamos a ver en la semanal rápidamente con nuestro 9, el 21 perdido también, el 200. No tenemos 200 en la semanal, obviamente por la falta de promedio. Y también estás abajo en el 100. No pinta bien. No pinta bien Roblox, por más que se las queramos vender. Lo único que podemos hacer es esperar esto, ese nivel de los 47.28, romperlo a la alza y ya. Alrighty, boys, let's go.
Nice.
Take Two Interactive Software. The fuck is that? TTWO.
Let's see.
TTWO.
TWO.
I like it. Let me see if I've charted this before. I don't think so.
Oof.
I have this on the weekly. What is this? This is in a nice range, actually.
Take Two Interactive Software. What do they do?
They take interactive software, you know?
And
You've
two.
never
I see,
done,
I see.
you've never done interactive software?
So they make VR porn, basically.
Essentially. When you put it so eloquently, yes.
Nobody puts it like that.
Nobody puts it like, oh,
All
you're
right.
the only one in the world.
I'm about to share my chart. I got it pulled up.
Give me 1 second. All right.
Let me draw my little. Actually, I'll draw the meme lines on the second one. Right here, we have this 200 SMA, which has been our support since all the way around June of 2023. It's been holding ever since then. We deviated below it, but right now we're still holding it on the weekly. And we have about like 4 hours, 45 minutes to go. If we do end up closing above this 200 SMA, what I'm going to consider this as is a swing failure pattern, a sweep of these this low right here, this liquidity here, touching this liquidity here, then ended up closing above. At that point, I would target the 21 EMA based off my system, and that lines up with right here, these previous highs right over here. Whenever we see these line up perfectly, that gives you even more confidence in your system. Right now, that is at $151.74. Based off of the weekly jewel, which right now is on a sharp sell signal, and it's not near support yet. Like this area right here is going to be support for the jewel. It's on a sell signal. So I would assume that this area is going to be resistance. Even if we do break above it, I would say we probably rejected the first time based off of that jewel.
Okay.
Right now, we still have we have multiple drives of bearish divergence on the weekly RSI. We have hit the easy target already. Right now, we're very close to the next target. The next target is at bearish control zone, $141.25. At that area, I would expect at least some bounce. We already got it because we went down to that area. We went below it. We're getting a bounce. But if we do lose this 200 SMA, though, then we're going to be in the bearish control zone. And once we're in the bearish control zone, it's going to be because stocks move very slow. It's going to be like 2 months, maybe 3 months that it's going to be stuck there going sideways while the price levels rise. Right now, the bottom of the bearish control zone sits at $95. I don't think it's going to go there. I feel like if we do break into the bearish control zone, we're going to go sideways for a little bit. This $95 number is going to rise, and it's probably going to be somewhere around like 132 or 129. And then at that point, bulls will be back in control, and they can switch it back to the upside. Let's look at our stochastic momentum. Okay, so right now the pivot to turn momentum back up is a weekly close above $151.04. If we were to close above that today within the next 4 hours, 43 minutes, all bets are off. We're going to retest these highs. We're going to go to the moon, but it doesn't seem very likely right now. What I'm thinking is that on this next close, if we do not close above that number right here at 151, we're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. At that point, it's going to be the easiest possible for bulls to take over. So this number is probably going to go down. If I were to have to guess, I would say the number is probably going to be somewhere around 151 right now. Like
wait, 151 again?
Yeah, it's at 154.04 right now. I would
Got
say
it.
when it moves up, it's going to be somewhere around here. But this is just a guess. This is like an
Yeah,
educated guess. We won't know until we see it when it comes. But I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around there at 141 or 140.82. And that'll flip momentum back to the upside. The last time we've had momentum flip back to the upside from the bearish control zone was like right over here. We had it, and then we had it right here. And each time we got a significant bounce. From here, it was about almost 30%. And then from here, it was another like 21%. So at the very least, we're going to get a tradable bounce if we were able to flip back up from here. And if not a tradable bounce, maybe even a reversal. Because we still have the silver cross. If we have one close below it, if we get a second close below it, then the silver cross is invalidated. And at that point, then it wouldn't be bearish, but it would not be bullish anymore. But for now, we still have the silver cross active.
On the daily or weekly? Weekly, I see.
It's the weekly.
Never mind.
I have one more chart to look at, and then I'll be done. This is my historical price data. And I've already explained this before, but I'm pretty sure we don't have the same people watching every time.
Yeah.
So the way this indicator works is it uses the past 20,000 bars of price action to give you a statistical chance of continuation from where you are at the current moment. So right now we're finding resistance at the 61.8% level, which you usually see that, but you don't want to see it on a reversal where we're going to move back up to the upside. If this continues to reject at the 61.8% level, we're most likely going to come down to the 78.6. And this works based off of Fibonacci rules, which is currently at $133.40. Right now, momentum is pointed heavily towards the downside. Volatility is supporting it, and we have a sharp dual sell signal. But if bulls can somehow manage to close above this 50%, and which also lines up with the 55 EMA at $148, these 2 points will confirm hidden bullish divergence. And on the weekly, hidden bullish divergence will probably target us the top of this blue zone, which is currently at $173.26, and that would be new highs. So right now, it's not a place that I would do anything. I would wait for us to see this 55. If we see any weakness at the 55 EMA, I would say that's an easy short. If we see strength there, I would say that's a long up to this blue top of the blue zone.
And even though if you're looking at this, whether it's the weekly, on the weekly, it's lost EMA 100, SMA 200, the 9, the 21. And on the daily, basically, we're only above the EMA 9, and we're about to lose it. Mm-hmm. The other ones are on top.
But you know how I'm a hopium merchant, though, so I got to give some hopium.
You are. Okay.
So right now, we still on the monthly, we still have the silver cross, and it's still active because we're holding the 55. If we lose this 55, though, then this low is not going to last, and we're going to come down here to $70, $71. But for now, the hopium is still alive.
Okay. I'll take your hopium, and I'll pass it along.
Pass me the hopium, bro.
Thank you. Pass me the hopium, bro. Go ahead, Alex.
Wait, I share my chart? No, I have nothing.
No. I was like, I thought you were saying something. This is what I had. I had it in this channel right here. This is what I'm seeing. And just like you said, you threw the 70 number right here.
Perfect.
That would be exactly it. Okay, so basically we have the option of here or here. And since we are hopium dealers, we're going with this. Okay. Sorry, guys. I just like to do too many stupid things. Vale. Estamos viendo el precio de Take-Two Interactive, que también cotiza en el Nasdaq. Estamos viendo que el volumen promedio que tiene es de 1.57, el volumen de hoy es 1.43, lo que lo hace bastante sencillo. Lo que está diciendo Farhan básicamente es que queremos tener un buen cierre semanal, sobre todo, que es justamente la que estamos viendo en este momento. Queremos tener un cierre semanal arriba de los 151 4. Si tenemos un cierre semanal arriba de esto, que esto va a pasar literalmente en 4 horas 30 minutos, si puedes cerrar arriba de esto, excelente. Muy probablemente vayas a retestear los altos y primero tu primer obstáculo va a estar por aquí en los 190, tu segundo va a estar aquí en los 213 y te podrías ir para arriba. Estamos viendo que estamos justamente en la zona del límite del control de los bajistas, lo que nos dice que probablemente vaya a rebotar y vaya a irse para arriba. Yo sé que suena como si fuera bajista, pero no lo es. También al verlo estamos viendo que el Joule tiene una señal de venta si perdemos el SMI de los 200. Hay una divergencia bajista en el RSI que nos podría llevar por ahí de los $95, es básicamente esta zona, pero lo único que tenemos que hacer es literalmente esperar a que podamos cerrar arriba de esto. Si no, probablemente vas a ranguear. Esto tiene cara que va a ranguear. Ahora, si te pongo el EMA 9 y también el 21, puedes ver que los perdimos. Claramente están bastante arriba y están justamente aquí, y es lo que nos diría que el precio sería atraído cuando tienes convergencia de diferentes cosas. Es que probablemente el precio quiere ir para acá, pero esta vela en este momento te está diciendo indecisión, fue para arriba, fue para abajo, está rangueando en medio. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Tenemos el EMA 100, que lo estamos perdiendo, no queremos perder este de los 144.94, y les tengo el 200 que también está perdido. Pueden ver que toda esa zona y tiene convergencia justamente con este alto. Si no podemos romper esto, no pinta bien la cosa, pero si se puede, podríamos ir a ver nuevos altos. Déjenme ver cómo se ve con los Bollinger Bands. Eso es aparte, completamente separada de lo que nos está enseñando estos tíos. Vamos a ver si están apretando. No, se están soltando, por lo que probablemente simplemente vas a estar rangueando, tío. Y justamente ve dónde está la media de los Bollinger también, por ahí de los 149, 151, que es donde todo converge. Entonces, un ojo, mantengan un ojo por acá. Ni positivo, ni bajista, simplemente vas a ranguear. Esto es algo que no tocaríamos nosotros en este momento. ¿Por qué? Porque no tiene un patrón, o sea, no tiene absolutamente nada de fuerza de un lado o del otro. Está como en medio de todo. Así que vale, eso es lo que estamos viendo. All right. Buenos días, pueden mirar RSG. Let me see what RSG is. Interesting. RSG.
Republic Services. I don't think we've looked at this.
I think we did. I have.
haven't.
Yeah. I'll give you a nice preview of it, of what I have. That parallel channel that goes all the way up.
This is looking nice.
Yeah, this is quite fucking pumpy, if you will. And this is on the weekly, by the way. Let's see the daily. Yep. It's breaking above all levels.
Come on, Jose. You should have told me about this a couple months ago so I could have bought
What a fucking piece of shit, Jose. What's going on? You got to tell us when you see something like this and it's down. We need to make money too. No?
Let me share my chart here.
Ready. Sounds good.
Yeah, interesting. Or it looks just like equities, just up only.
That's right. That's motherfucking right.
RSG, here we are. So, okay, so this is the monthly. It's looking good, obviously. I mean, especially when we're in like a parabolic uptrend like this has been in. Now, the only thing I can say on the monthly for now is there is just the bear hopium that this last month's monthly looks like a basically it looks like a top candle, and I say that just because it looks like we had a strong basically move up, rejected, came down, got bought up, closed right in the middle as like a doji top, especially since it's red now. Something to be mindful of, considering this monthly is looking good, but there's still 21 days as it stands. Let me see real quick. I'm interested. I'm assuming, yeah, OBV is definitely most likely up. This is just the on balance volume. Basically takes the volume every single day. The positive and negative subtracts it, and can just show a trader if like this an asset they're looking at has like money going into it actively. OBV is still OBV is still pointed up nicely. It's looking good. We essentially won on OB, and I don't trade OBV other than to look at the visuals. Sometimes when I see their double tops, that can lead into something inverse head and shoulders or vice versa. And as it stands, OBV does look slightly double topped here. Again, just more, I guess, just cautionary for this month, especially with last month's candle. But on the flip side, still holding all the major levels. Monthly just made another higher high last month. So, a pullback is constituted, and you would just be on higher low watch currently. So as of right now, we would assume totally that the EMA 9 would hold at 185.50. Which is nice because it also, and this is a monthly, so if price did end up coming down here, the nice part about there is that could be where the next higher low is, assuming we don't break this low here at 181. So that could actually play nicely with the bull thesis and making it a nice trade. The weekly as well is confirming basically that this wants more upside. Even though we had the nice dump-ola 2 weeks ago, this weekly got quickly reclaimed, held the 21, even though it lost the 9. 21 still acts as support. We lose both those, then it's time more to be cautious, more bearish. But until then, it held where it needed to. And this weekly that's closing in 4 hours has definitely momentum to break this top here. This high essentially at $206.54. If it does, that'll to me just confirm, this was just a very shallow higher low, leading to another higher high. But even then, it doesn't need a breakout. Consolidation would be very welcomed here. Just like here, we broke out, consolidated a bit, and then had the next leg up. That could also be very welcome, especially when you get like a stock or a crypto that's just parabolically going up. Consolidation often then leads to breakouts. So very much overall great chart. Like I said before, the other chart I mentioned, the trend is definitely your friend here, and you would be on higher low watch. Now the 2-day again, solidifies at this 189 to 190 level. Ideally should hold, and bulls are just looking for this low to hold to take us to new highs. Bears want this to kind of roll over. In my opinion, it's very simple. If we break this high, we're going to squeeze out shorts that shorted down to here, and also form another higher high. If we do roll over, then bears are looking for this low to break for potentially a break in structure on the 2-day. That's just how I see it as it is. The daily gives us just a little bit more candle closures to go off of. And you can see we made the low, shallow higher low, another higher high, came down, another higher low, higher high. Is this just a higher low leading to another higher high? Breaking this low probably is what exacerbated this downside. But as it stands, the structure is still looking good. And all I see right now is just another higher low, potentially. Now, if you look to, let's see here, when we go to the EMA 100, very nicely holding this. I'm sure it's also, yes, we have the daily SMA 200, not that relevant now, especially if the EMA 100 still very, very nicely holding. And even getting that bounce here to that higher high. So this low here, you could argue, since this is in a strong uptrend, you'll sometimes see it, barely get front ran here at major buying areas. People just, want to get in. They don't want to miss an opportunity. To me, this daily also can solidify that this is potentially the higher low, because we did almost hit the daily EMA 100. For me, that could be good enough, especially with how strong this uptrend has been overall. So that's just an area I'd be watching if you're day trading this. Like I mentioned in the equity comments, right? If you just bidded each higher low, especially on more of a macro, like a 5-day or weekly, it would have paid off well. The hard part is just identifying that. And that's why I like using higher time frames to see where we're at in the chart, like here, and then using lower time frames to more identify key areas.
The smaller movements within.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And even the 5-day, you see this perfect bounce off the 21, reclaim the 9. We're getting that expansion. So to me, this is looking like it does want to break the high, but unconfirmed until we do. Overall, very clean chart. OBV on the monthly would just be my only cause of concern. The potential double top, which could give this last month's candle the expansion down. But that for now is just a total assumption. And as it stands, we are bullish, and we could just be in a range from 185 186, 185 to 206, especially like a monthly range. Again, would just be bullish because anytime we've seen the monthly or the weekly consolidate in range, kind of like here, it's just led to more upside. So it's just like with Bitcoin. Anytime back in the beginning of 2023, mid 2023, anytime we get a consolidation, it just would always lead to more upside, trapping essentially bears. I can't imagine the Bollinger Bands are tight. Let me see here. I guess surprisingly the weekly is. So that's interesting to me to see this. It is bearish in the sense that we did have this false breakout, falling right back into the band. The mid band did hold though. It did hold. So we're now pressing up against the upper band, giving more fuel potentially that we are going to make a higher high soon. Ideally if price does get back above what is this, $206, I do think that we will, we'll have another breakout. And then the easy trade on that is just looking for a flip, watching this 206 to flip into support. That could just make another easy play, kind of like here, broke out, came up, flipped this into support. Now we're up again. Same basically idea. So when things are in up only, you'll often hear everyone's a genius, and it is true because you essentially, you just bid support, and it just ends up working on it. Like when things are up only, all it takes is time for your position to be profitable. You bid and kind of close the app, and it works. Will that keep happening? Unsure. And it is something to be cautious here with, potentially this can roll over. And if we do break this 180, then I would look at this as potentially breaking the daily trend, and it just maybe having a nice pullback. And if we do break that 180, it will confirm as well as not only breaking the daily uptrend potentially, but also falling below the daily EMA 100. And then at that point, we would just look to the SMA 200, which again is perfectly lining up with 180. So big area for this if we even get down there. But with the way the monthly closed last month, I still would be cautious because, these, even though it's green now, these can turn ugly. If we do confirm this as a top candle, we'd expect this candle actually to close red. So still a long time to go. OBV looks slightly like a double top, but unconfirmed.
It's a little divergence, no?
Unconfirmed in price action. You can consider it a divergence with the lower low here. But I think I like looking at RSI divergence more than OBV divergence, in my opinion. Whereas like the double tops, inverse head and shoulders patterns often work better with OBV for some reason. So just something I've seen, at least with Bitcoin. Chart's looking good though.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, by the way. We're talking about divergence on the weekly on this chart. It does have a potential drive of hidden bullish divergence. It will confirm with any close above $196.
Oh wow!
And that will also maintain it within the bullish control zone. So we would have a target off of that, a technical target of $230.
Damn.
If that confirms by the end of today.
It seemed like it will confirm. And to me, then hearing that, it gives more fuel to the daily Bollinger Bands probably breaking to the upside, breaking that high. This probably is a higher low then, and we'd expect a higher high, especially when you hear about the weekly and that target. It's at $200 now, so it falling over $20 probably won't happen. But never say never, right? We have a few hours to go.
Anything is possible. Yeah.
And it just solidifies. Like it's a very strong stock. And like you shouldn't be on short watch. Like we saw this with Nvidia, with Bitcoin, where everyone wants to take the easy short and be a hero, but just playing the trend, playing something that's strong, looking for higher lows instead, will pay well. And it has been for RSG. So clean chart.
Yeah. Thank you. Alrighty, here we go. Bueno, antes que nada, y discúlpenme que haya dibujado esto, lo que pasa es que no quería perderme la nota. Estamos en la semanal para que tengan una idea. Esta es una acción, estamos hablando de RSG, que va con una fuerza indomable. indomable, como el potro dorado. No sé qué es el potro dorado, pero ahí lo tienen, se los dije. Ok, ¿qué estamos viendo en este momento? Estamos viendo que estamos creando nuevos altos en la semanal. Lo que, ¿dónde quiero empezar esto? Aquí, sí, en la semanal. Les voy a poner el IMI 9, el 21, para que tengan una idea de dónde está parado esto en este momento. Están viendo que el IMI 9 está en los 196. El precio de esta acción está en $200 en este momento y el 21 está en 190. Eso es bastante bueno. Si volteamos a ver para abajo y vemos dónde está el IMI 100, 162. Si volteamos a ver aún más para abajo, no, discúlpenme, ese no es. Mi 200 está aquí arriba. Pueden ver que el SMI 200 está en 137. Se ve bastante bien. Cuando también lo pones en una gráfica de 2 días, puedes ver cómo también veniste a retestear el IMI 9 y tuviste un gran pompazo. Estás creando una vela bastante alcista en este momento acá, pero hay gente que podría decir que acá tienes un tope en los 206. Ahora, si volteas a ver esto, ¿qué estás buscando? Estamos buscando que esto sea un nuevo bajo, el 189.49, que esto continúe la subida y si probablemente no baja de este nivel, literalmente, de los 194, estaría formando un nuevo bajo más alto y eso muy probablemente lleve al precio para arriba. Una vez más, estás en una tendencia alcista. Esto no es para hacerte short y hacerte el héroe de esto. La tendencia es tu amiga y la amiga presta, ¿no? Entonces, cada que veas algo así, continúa, el momentum sigue para arriba y la fuerza sigue para arriba en la tabla. Si lo ponemos en la diaria, es un poco de lo mismo. Puedes ver cómo vino a rebotar predatoriamente, honestamente, al 21 y al 9. Se los llevó de corbata y se fue para arriba. Acá habrá alguien que diga, no, es que ahí tienes un doble tope y esta vela podría ser un poco bajista, pero si lo vemos en la mensual, y esto es lo que dice Alex, esta vela podría ser algo bajista, ¿no? La de en medio, la que hizo el tope por acá, pero Farhan nos dijo que hay divergencia alcista en la tabla y la divergencia alcista en la tabla dice, siempre y cuando cerremos arriba de esta línea roja que está en los 196.16, que ahorita para cerrar esto faltan 4 horas y 20 minutos, el precio está en 200. Si podemos cerrar arriba de los $194, va a reventar esto para arriba y el próximo objetivo en los indicadores que tiene Farhan son $230. Así que la tendencia es tu amiga, síguela. Quiero ver si aquí puedo sacar algo más de esta información que estamos viendo. Sí, es que ve la tendencia alcista tan agresiva en la que está y muy probablemente vaya a venir a recargarse acá y es todo lo que vayas a ver. Pero ahí lo tienen. Esto fue RSG, bastante bien y excelente gráfico. Excelente gráfico, carnal. Hey, Farhan, they're calling you right here. XRP.
You always get this. You're muted.
Oh, and by the way,
I'm
it's like
muted.
1-1. This is so odd. This is so odd.
3 in a row now. Farn's gotten XRP.
Yeah.
Might be a sign, Farn.
It's a sign.
It might be a sign.
That you should
I
buy
am the
yourself.
chosen one.
To lose all of your money or to win a lot of money?
That we don't know yet.
That is until it plays out. Let me get my XRP chart out. XRP. God damn it. There it is. Oh, wow.
Bulls want to hold the daily. Bears want to
They do. Yep.
So we're going to start off on the monthly on XRP. So coming back to the last thing that we talked about before about this this box right here with the median, we're still holding that as support. We're now above this 2.36% fib level, and we're trying to get above this blue zone at the 38.2% level. That is currently at 58 cents. If we were to hold above this 58 cent level on this monthly closure, at that point, I would say we're probably going to hold this as a low, maybe retest it, and then go up from there to the 38.2, which is currently at 81 cents. But as long as we're below this level, we would have to keep targeting this median, which is right now at 48.93 cents. We still have a long time to go. We have 22 days to go, so we could easily reclaim this level. Let's check the oscillators. Right now, momentum is pointed heavily for the upside, like vertically up. Volatility is supporting it, and the jewel is giving a neutral signal after a sell. This purple line right here is the slow moving oscillator. It's currently above it, and it's about to flip back up. If it flips up on this next close and it flips into a buy signal, the only time XRP has ever had a buy signal at this level on the jewel was November of 2022, whenever we went from what is this number, 31 cents all the way up to almost $1 we wicked to, like 96 cents we wicked to. We have not had that signal since then, and we are almost twice what the price was back then.
And that's on the monthly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we go down to the weekly, right now the weekly is giving us a major candle getting close to this bottom of the blue zone, but not quite touching it. But the main concern right now is the median, is that we're holding the median and we're bouncing sharply off of it. And now we're above the 50% level as well. And if you guys remember, like the Gann rule for Fibonacci, it's not really Fibonacci, but the Gann rule is that whenever you get above the 50% range, that's going to be like a significant shift in market structure. Where at that point, you have to target the 78.6% level. And that is at 68.85. Once we get a close above, I don't even think we need a close, to be honest. I think if we just tick above this level, because we have such significant resistance here, that is probably like bases here.
Before we move 44, up, no?
Yeah.
44 cents.
And then I think we base here if we don't move up straight from there, and they end up going towards $1. As long as this current weekly candle holds and this current monthly candle holds. Right now, we have momentum very sharply pointed to the upside. We have volatility starting to join it as well. And we have what you can consider an almost perfect jewel buy signal right here. The only way to make this signal even better is to have this pink line cross above the yellow line. At that point, you will have an ideal jewel signal, like the best you can possibly get. And you have to target this bullish control zone right here. Unfortunately, the jewel does not tell you what price you would need to get here, but you can assume that it would be those previous rejective highs, which is currently around like 86 cents.
Okay.
Let's see if there's any divergences. That's going to tell us even more. I feel like there's going to be some divergence building up. I could be wrong, though. And the reason why I use this chart is because this is the one that has the most price data.
Got it.
So right now, we do have some slight hidden bearish divergence on the RSI, but we don't have it confirmed yet.
Okay.
The only way to confirm it is we have to get a close below this 21 EMA, which is currently about 53.5 cents. If we close below that, then it's confirmed, and we have to target these lows right here around 38 cents. But until then, it's just in the background and it's not confirmed. And I don't know if you see, if I were to like zoom out a little bit, the RSI is kind of making a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders right here. Yeah, and it's finding support at this moving average. As long as it holds support at this moving average, we have to target the bullish control zone, which right now is at 68 cents, which the same number is coming back up from previously. That's 65 to 68 cents on.
Yeah, from the weekly, we want to get above that the 44 cents. It'll take us to the 68.
And if we're able to close a weekly above 68 cents, then we have a next logical target after that, which is the bullish critical zone. And right now, that level sits at it's going to go down because after it's going to take a couple of weeks to play out. Right now, it's at $1.22. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing by that time it's going to be somewhere around $1 where the previous rejective highs are. Like
you have it on the 96 then.
Yeah, right around 90, anywhere from 90 cents to $1, where I think it's going to move up to at that point. And then if you were able to close over these rejective highs at 90, what number is this exactly? 93.8. At that point, I say you would have to almost certainly target these highs here right around $2, which is the number I've been throwing out for like the past couple of weeks, around $2 for XRP. If you go to X, like Twitter/X, everybody's throwing around crazy numbers like $8, $11. I would bet my entire life we do not hit $8 on XRP this cycle.
Oh yeah, really be willing to bet out of here. Even the dollar would be surprising for everyone at this point.
But $2, I could see it. Within the next year and a half, I could see $2.
Yeah. Well, here we go. More hopium for everyone. Let me fucking start slaying it. Hey, babe, did you get the hopium ready? Because I'm about to fucking
pass me the hopium.
We keep seeing XRP continuously looking good, despite even on Bitcoin's downside. When we looked at it, the Bitcoin pairing is looking strong. The Tether pairing is looking great. I'm often asking myself when I see that, like, what's the news? What's going to come out? Because oftentimes it's the chart than the news. And XRP is telling us, yes, it's looking quite good. It's been looking good each time we looked at it. I wonder what's going to be the event.
I don't understand it. He keeps making like higher lows at the same time. And then didn't you see that they won the lawsuit and they got $150 million too from I think it was the SEC or who?
I didn't hear they got money. I just heard they won a
Yeah, they
lawsuit,
did.
but I'm unsure. But
They just got like yesterday money, which would
interesting.
explain, or 2 days ago, which would explain on the daily the huge green candle.
Yeah. Yeah, no, XRP, yeah,
This
it's
one.
just one of those coins. You know, ever since being in crypto, you know, it's always, it's, as you guys know, it's just one of those coins that has a lot of dreams and hope. It would be cool to see it reach $1 though. I do think if it hits $1, we'd see some monster squeeze up. I mean, that was just like the big level that we couldn't even hit in, I think it was 2023 with that SEC news.
Yeah.
So big level. Interesting though.
Now-
Is it a XRP ETF we're gonna get? I have no idea what it could be.
No clue, but something's definitely brewing. Now, what do you think is going to surprise more people to the upside? Ethereum or XRP? Because honestly, the whole narrative on Ethereum that it's not doing dog shit, that it's going down, that's making me be like, I
That's
want to
making
put my
me
money in
so-
Ethereum because
so
it will
fucking
blow the
bullish.
fuck up.
The
Yeah.
sentiment, like if you go to Crypto X right now, the sentiment on Ethereum is absolute death.
That's what I'm saying. That seems pretty good.
You know, and
Like-
rightfully so though, because the chart's been telling us it's been just shit. I mean, it's down 37%. I mean, since it made its that little high in August 9th. So it's not good. And we're seeing a lot of like Sol ETH pairs. I'm sure XRP versus ETH is looking insane. You know, we're seeing these altcoins look 20 million times better than ETH. So in my opinion, I think it would surprise people more if we saw an XRP pump, because it's one of those coins we all talk about, we see it, or we know about it, but no one's really paying attention to it or trading it, in my opinion.
I actually know what would blow everyone's mind. Cardano pumping.
Impossible.
I see that. See,
Yeah,
there you go.
That would be a shocker.
Everybody would come out of the streets and not know. The world would be completely different. There would be cars flying. There will be women giving blowjobs to anyone on the streets. It'll be like God giving you a kiss with a mouthful of scotch. Like just so different. The world would be so different.
Pure utopian world right there.
And this is just if Cardano pumps. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's a fact, people. You can take it to the bank. This is financial advice. Not that it's going to pump, but the fact that that'll happen after it pumps.
100%.
Yeah,
It's like, what was that, Farn?
What that reminds me of is that guy who asked us about Cardano in Tokyo.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there was a guy who we were talking to. We were in crypto, and I asked him, like, he's like, yeah, I've been just dollar cost averaging for like a few years now. I'm like, what coin have you been buying? Oh, Cardano. I just straight up asked him why. That has it moved? It's basically an altcoin. There's no point.
Stable coin. Yeah, it's a
stable coin.
What's the
Yeah,
fucking point?
exactly. No point at all.
Well, god damn it. God damn it. All right, let me take this and then selfish plug we'll do right now. Ok, estamos viendo XRP. XRP, interesantes movimientos. Honestamente, hemos estado viendo bastantes movimientos interesantes. Seguimos rangueando en esto. Lo que, por cierto, que vean cuánto tiempo lleva. Estamos hablando desde el 2017 en este triángulo, creando presión. Algo que me gustaría ver es esto. Un segundito. Bollinger Bands are getting tight, boys. Las Bollinger Bands están apretando y pueden ver la última vez que tuvieron ese tipo de apretón, tuvo este tipo de movimiento de este tipo de tamaño de un 641%. Interesante. Simplemente algo interesante que ver. Lo que nos dice Parham, simplemente viendo sus indicadores antes de yo simplemente enseñarles la tabla, es en la mensual queremos que los 58 centavos aguanten. Si podemos hacer que en la mensual que faltan, voy a ponerlo acá, literalmente 22 días y 9 horas. Si 22 días y 9 horas el precio de XRP está arriba de los 58 centavos, muy probablemente vamos a ir a visitar los 81 centavos, que sería más o menos por acá. Ahora, en la mensual, el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba y el Joule te está dando una señal neutral de compra. Ok, en la semanal, voy a ponerlo acá, en la semanal, para que tengan una mejor idea de lo que estamos viendo. En la semanal lo que está diciendo es, tenemos que aguantar y todo. ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar la semanal? 2 horas y 9 horas. 2 días y 9 horas. Queremos que aguante 44 centavos. 44 centavos está acá. El precio de Cardano, digo de XRP en este momento, está en 57 centavos. Queremos aguantar arriba de los 44. Si podemos aguantar arriba de los 44, muy probablemente vayamos a darnos una vuelta a los 68 centavos. Aquí tenemos el momentum hasta arriba, volatilidad para arriba y una casi perfecta señal de compra del Joule. La última vez que nos dio esa perfecta señal de compra fue en noviembre del 2022, donde el precio fue de 31 centavos a 96 centavos. Necesitamos cerrar arriba de los 53. Básicamente quiere cerrar donde el precio está en este momento, un centavo arriba, en los 58, en todo tipo de time frame. Si haces eso, tienes unos buenos objetivos a la alza. Es lo que diríamos entre todos. Puedes ver que algo interesante de XRP para todo el mundo que lo esté siguiendo o no lo siga, que definitivamente está haciendo siempre bajos más altos. Siempre, siempre, siempre. Los altos no son más altos, pero el hecho de que el bajo sea más alto es simplemente una señal de consolidación absolutamente brutal, por lo que tenemos un bias un poco más positivo siempre y cuando no haya ninguna sorpresa en XRP. Probablemente venga una noticia fuerte porque estamos a nada de llegar ya a este final del canal. Vamos a ver cómo se comporta XRP, damas y caballeros. Pero antes de ver cómo se comporta XRP, quería recordarle a todo el mundo, si quieren aprender todo lo que estamos haciendo, lo que estamos platicando y apoyarse un poco en otros también, además de nosotros, les voy a dejar acá el Discord de Elite Trading Academy para que lo tengan presente. Aquí están todos los tíos compartiendo sus tablas. Aquí tenemos todos nuestros P&L cards. Tenemos, vientos, perro, un buen short con 40%, como el que no, Luigi se llevó 13% el día de hoy. Casper, 48% en un buen long que se rifó con un 5X. Nada mal en bluffing. Y también para los que quieran tradear con nosotros, tenemos aquí mismo donde dice partners, nuestros exchanges, para que puedas abrirte una cuenta en BitGet. BitGet es un exchange internacional, no funciona dentro de Estados Unidos, donde los fees son bastante baratos, pero tienes que hacer KYC, ¿no? Poner tu identificación, etcétera. Si quieres abrir una cuenta en chinga como si fuera una cartera virtual, Bluffing, usa este enlace para poder entrar a Bluffing. Cada que usas nuestros enlaces te dan la oportunidad de ganar, te dan bonos por hacer tu depósito, etcétera. Pero Bluffing funciona en Estados Unidos, no necesita identificación. Y acá también les dejamos TradingView por cualquier cosa que necesiten. Pero aquí los vemos en donde estamos en el chat general. Así que aquí los vamos a ver. No se olviden, es gratis para que todos vengan a platicar. Y les dejé esto en la descripción del video de YouTube por si tienen cualquier pregunta. All righty, boys.
Nice.
Can we analyze SPWR? I think we've done that. SPWR. SunPower Corporation.
We're getting to that time. Oh, wow.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen
Holy shit. Nope. Well, I don't think solar power is doing great these days.
Wow.
No, I don't think so.
I guess people finally realize solar power is a fucking scam.
Oh.
All right.
It seems like they are realizing that right now in real time. Let me see if I can find the range here.
God damn. Okay. Let me share this.
What a beating.
Let's see what we can uncover here.
Let's go.
Okay. So here we see SPWR. Yeah, clearly if this isn't the solar panel industry, it's definitely not doing well. We see that with the breakdown here. It's very real. So where this is the weekly chart, price has been in a steady downtrend, essentially, giving bulls barely any kind of tease to the upside and bears maximum financial opportunity. So as it stands now, we're currently, again, breaking a range. I right now have this range at 64 cents right now, 63.95. And this dump after breaking it on this weekly is actually kind of crazy. If you just like look at this weekly candle, we're basically dumping 70%. I wouldn't be surprised if that's
Sorry.
it. No, that's
What the
insane.
fuck?
That's insane. And we shouldn't be surprised because you can see each and every single time we've basically just simply just broken down the meme ranges. It's led to impressive dumps. This one from here was 52%, and then very easy range trade. Right, and this wick is very predatory because it kind of fucked all the shorts here. But still, this again, like I've been mentioning, when you get these liquidity grabs, that's all I call them. That's very common in like shit coins, liquidity grabs. Basically, it just runs all the shorts that shorted up here, stops them out, still unable to break this high, no structure formed, wicks all the way down. Closed above the 9, but this rejection something we can't take, we can't just disregard. Quick, relatively quick grind up to resistance at 384, only to, reject. And then, it tried to base off of it. We fell below, based off support here, but now even this range break is leading to a massive dump. So overall, when you're looking at a chart like this, you have to just ask yourself, what's the incentive to holding this? If you're looking at the low, we're essentially making a macro all-time low at this point. And most
You're
people
incensed already.
Yeah, so like most people at this point, think, well, it can't go lower, but it can go much lower, and even this stock can get delisted. I'm pretty sure as it stands, it could currently. So not strong at all. All I'm seeing right now on the weekly, if we want to just go from high time frame to low time frame, is I see a disgusting weekly candle that's closing in 4 hours. Bears totally won right now. Any rallies up to 63, 64 cents will look as just another opportunity to short. And then if we do get back above there, at that point, we have to just look at the $1.47 range as a rejection. And the reason I say that is because, each and every time that this stock has rallied to the weekly 9, it's basically rejected. Now, there are the instances where it got above, but then that's where we have our meme lines. And then, you would have seen easy bearish retest here, leading to the deviation of the EMA 9. So in that theory, if we get the same kind of instance where if we reclaim this meme line at 63, 64 cents, we have to look at this EMA 9 as resistance. And right now as it stands, it is at $1.44, and it will keep coming down. But essentially, there should be no scenario here too long at all, under any circumstance to even think about longing. As long, in my opinion, as price is below this resistance, massive resistance here. I wouldn't even trust if a weekly got back above the 9 and the 21 to long it. I would simply look at this resistance zone at $3.82. If price can get back above there, this could have the potential to just go back to $4.90. I wouldn't look at this as anything other. I wouldn't look at this as a massive breakout to the weekly EMA 100, potential going to 9. I just don't see it. The hopium there for a breakout is, breaking this high here. If you want to front run it, you can use this May 13th high as the place to front run it if it's trying to break out on the weekly. But as it stands, I don't see that. And I'm almost certain, OBV looks really not the best, heavily down now. And, we basically now are just in wait mode on this chart. We want to see where this can find some support. Since we are in the unfortunate unknowns of the downside, you just have to wait because you could essentially be knife catching. So let's go to the 2-day. And that 2-day again is solidifying, and I'm sure the daily will as well when we take a look. Solidifying that, this 60-cent region accurately at 0.6336 is massive resistance. So if we get any kind of mean reversion bounce, I'll look at that as the first area essentially for this chart to reject. The daily solidifies it right here.
Oh, yeah.
And then even the 21 right in that area. So this chart has a lot of basically it has this structure's messed up. This chart is totally just disgusting. You would at this point be better off just gambling because you get free drinks if you're trying to long this. And even shorting it now is highly aggressive because of just the range break. The easy shorts are when we get up to the meme lines. At least then you can short the extremities, have somewhat of a invalidation, either a reclaim of this beam line or a hard stop loss at this wick high here. But overall, yeah, not looking good. There's not much hopium other than a simple bounce up to this 63-cent region. If it gets back above there, maybe $1 psychological level at that point, but that to me seems highly unlikely. That would be a massive bounce, and I don't see the reason why it would bounce 300%, and that's terrible. Like, I don't think in my experience I've ever seen that where even the daily EMA 9 is how far away now? Yeah, 150% away. So like, we're talking when I dissect that on like while we're zoomed out, it doesn't seem like a big move, but I was looking at the numbers and I'm just like, no, this seems highly unlikely, in my opinion. Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Even just drawing, there's not a lot of data, but if we're drawing this even, that's still a over 50% bounce. So yeah, this chart looks like death. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets delisted. There's no hopium here. The 15-minute, let's see.
It's going to zero, dude. I mean, the market cap is 45 million and the volume is essentially the average volume is 30 million.
Why try to rush or be a hero in this trade? This is a 15-minute chart. If you played, and I don't recommend doing this for anyone, but this is an example of why this chart is so weak that even on the 15-minute, we're deviating, losing meme support under the 9. Let me just play this until we reclaim the 9. Easy trade for 60% up until here where we reclaimed it, quickly lost it, now back under it. So why I'm showing this on a 15-minute is basically, why would you want to play this? There's so many, this is basically the best thing for bears because it just goes down only, but there's no hopium here. I wouldn't even expect a squeeze to do anything other than just bearishly retest the 9 on the daily again, if they even can get that. So yeah, overall, this chart's fucked. I would expect it to get delisted or go to zero. One of the worst charts I've ever looked at. I don't think I've ever seen a gap, like such a huge gap to just the 9. And that just shows you basically how damaging this week was. This week, 75% down. Yeah, this is definitely heading towards that delisting category. If they're not even considering it now. And if you're investing and you're holding that, then you have to really examine the hard question: when to get out, why to hold, why are you holding this, and what's the incentive if it's potentially going to get delisted.
Whoever got Sandra into this position needs to be kicked in the balls or the vagina.
100%.
It's a dude or a woman, whatever it is, this is crazy bad.
Yeah,
it's one of those just tremendously terrible charts.
Terrible.
That's
terrible. I don't think I've ever seen the EMA 9 so far from price action, actually, in my entire life.
I need to look again whenever you're looking at whatever next chart, Farhan. I need to look at the Argentinian peso against the dollar. That was, to me, the worst graph I've ever seen in my life. But I think it's recovering right now. I'm not entirely sure. That's why I want to see it. But that was easily the worst graphic I've ever seen in my life. In my life, by a lot.
Yeah, pull it up.
Either way, let me talk to these guys. All right, tenemos SPWR. Está en la semanal. Quiero hacerte una pregunta, mi estimada Sandra. ¿Por qué pondrías tu dinero en algo así? Esto llegó a estar en $57. El día de hoy está en 21 centavos. ¿Ok? Y estamos una vez más en la semanal. Les voy a dar un dato que es absolutamente brutal, que me voló la cabeza. Esta vela de aquí abajo, tan chiquita que la ven, es un bajón de 73% en la semanal. 73% en la semanal. Una velita de este tamaño. Lo peor de todo es cuando pones tus indicadores, ¿no? Pones el EMA 21, el 9. El 9 está aquí arriba y normalmente pues ves así a Tesla, ¿no? Con un rango así dirías, pues güey, ¿cuál es la bronca? La bronca es que el precio tiene que subir 591%, 591% para tocarla en la semanal. Esta acción literalmente va a ser desenlistada de esto. No es para que le hagas un short porque estás en movimiento de... Cada que tienes un nuevo bajo, y este es un nuevo bajo o un nuevo alto, estás en descubrimiento de precio. Ese descubrimiento de precio no te deja saber hasta dónde puede bajar algo o llegar. Y esto puede llegar a cero. Sin problema alguno, puede llegar a cero. Entonces, ¿qué es la única oportunidad que tiene sentido en esta tabla? Si es que el precio sube 500% y viene a retestear el EMA 9, ahí probablemente le quieras hacer un short. Pero lo que ha respetado bastante bien son estas líneas de rango. Si hubieras metido dinero en todas estas líneas de rango, hubieras ganado. Entonces, si el precio llega a rebotar unos 76, que es donde está esta línea de arriba, ahí es donde le haces un shortcito rico y simplemente pones tu stop loss en los 2.12 o algo así. Pero sí, no se ve nada bien. Una de las peores gráficas que hemos visto en toda nuestra vida. Así que, gracias por traerla, mi queridísima Sandra. Se aprecia. SMCI. I know they had shit-ass results, SMCI. And yep,
Oh, wow.
hardcore, yeah. And by the way, the top here was $1,200.
My God.
It's at $500 right now, and the top was on March 2024. So if anyone bought this on March 2024, they're down only 58%. That's not too bad
Only
compared to that
58.
chart that we just saw.
I looked at the ARS to USD, the Argentinian peso. Good Lord, my God.
Yeah, dude. Is it still the worst graph in the world? It just goes down.
Yeah. It's from from the beginning. It's down 99.63%. You just basically had a free ride to short this shit. My God.
And by the way, that's a full currency for a full country. How crazy is that?
That's insane.
Argentina was like, you guys think you're seeing inflation? Hold my non-existent beer because of inflation. And
my imaginary beer. That's all we have.
Hold my imaginary beer. And then they just completely destroyed their currency and their way of life. Whenever this is a Farhan one, right? SMCI?
Yeah.
55. No, it was 46 months of just straight monthly red candles on the peso.
Yeah, dude. It was quite impressive the first time I saw it. I couldn't believe it. Oh, there you go. So we're coming over to 460.
SMCI.
I mean, I'm looking.
Let's see here.
Basically, you're almost there. Just gotta get to this point.
The weekly. Yeah. I have nice support at, but it's kind of far, but like 380s.
Yeah.
350s. It just feel that massive inefficiency when it just kind of took off on January.
Is that on the daily?
Weekly. The daily, let's see. Same. In like a no trade zone, resistance at 556, support at 360.
Where's 360? Oh, because you're grabbing this.
Yeah, so basically it filled that whole inefficiency after the breakout.
I see. Oh, sorry, Farhan. Ready.
I'm going to start on the weekly on this super microcomputer. I believe they make microprocessors, right? Like Intel and AMD.
That's right. They're basically a little preview of NVIDIA.
I see. Because this does not look pretty. It's basically retracing this entire rally here.
Yep.
Right now, we tried to find some support at the 55 EMA based off the Silver Cross. And then off of the next weekly open, we ended up testing it again and rejected it sharply. So at this point, like, we don't have the weekly close yet, but it's only 3 hours and 48 minutes. So it might as well already have negated the Silver Cross. If we lose this 55, I wouldn't necessarily say that we're going to go straight down from here, because right now we're at the 99% historical return range. So there's only a 1% chance of continuation from here. What bears want to see is they want to see it close somewhere around here, and by the next week they want to see this level rise up to where the next 99% zone comes somewhere around this gap right here, right around like $423, and the 100% zone might be somewhere around here, around like $326, and it's probably just going to consolidate around like those areas until this blue zone catches up with price, because until the price is like very far away from the blue zone, it doesn't really like to do any like big impulsive moves. It likes to wait for the blue zone to catch up. Like right here, it waited for the blue zone to catch up, and then it corrected. Then we were within the blue zone, and now we're below it very heavily. But if we do continue going down from here, which is extremely unlikely, the next target I would have is this 200 SMA, which is right here at $203. We have momentum pointed very heavily towards the downside. Like, it's so heavy that we have this yellow background right here. The last time we had that on the opposite end was right here on this huge rally, when we started from $274 and went to like over $1,200. But now we're getting that same move to the downside. What that does tell you is that it's going to be harder for bears to keep this momentum down. They're going to have to work harder than the bulls are going to have to do to make it back up. But where price is right now, though, the only way for that to happen is they would have to close above this 55 EMA to flip the momentum back up. It's gonna it's gonna move down at the next close, but where it's gonna come down to most likely is gonna be somewhere around here at $582. Which, even that, like, how much of a move up is that from current price right now?
From right now, if you're 500 would be 10%, 12, 13%.
Yeah, we'd have to go 14. Above like 13, 14%. We'd have to go from here just to invalidate this setup right here. We have the jewel giving us a fresh sell signal. We're approaching support on the jewel, but we're the angle is pointed vertical down, which says that the bears are more in control. What you have right here is the picture perfect jewel sell signal. There is nothing you will get ever on towards the sell side on the jewel which will be better than this. You get a vertical move down. You get the pink, which is the fast moving oscillator, crossing below the slow one, while the jewel moves into it. So
the slow one is the yellow one. I'm sorry.
The slow one is the yellow one, and the fast one is the pink one. So once you get all of these bunched together, and they're all pointed down, that's basically the ideal jewel short signal. You have to target this zone right here, which is the bearish control zone. It doesn't tell you what price that would be, but you just have to assume it's lower from here. Let's go to the divergences and see if we can find any on here. Right now, we have several drives of bearish divergence on the RSI. We're getting to the bearish control zone, which will be the easiest target, like the bounce zone. We're not getting any type of bounce there. Like, we're literally, price is just going straight down. We would want to see a significant bounce here, which we are not getting. And because we are not getting that, and we're also getting another fresh jewel sell signal, we're going to have to target this bearish critical zone. And right now, that number, it's so low that it is not even going to tell you what it is, because it's below zero. So next weekly open, we're going to see it when it updates, and it's going to give us a more accurate target. But right now, this number is so low that it tells you it's impossible to reach it. And along with this breakdown, we're getting volatility expanding up from the middle zone. Right now, volatility is still not even where you would see it at, where you would expect it to somewhat bounce. Like right here, volatility was at extremes on the high, so you expected a pullback. Volatility was extremes, a pullback. Volatility extremes, pullback. We don't even have that yet. So price can still go a lot further down before we have any type of hope for a pullback. It can go all the way down to $300 before this will reach the extreme level zones. And at that point, the jewel will be even more vertical to the downside. It's not looking good, bruvs.
Ooh, and this is a scary one, because this was very related to Nvidia's like whole rise when it was on the way up. So everyone on the way here was like, oh, this is going to be the new Nvidia. It's just going to follow its pattern. It's going to make everyone rich, and fucking eat balls. $1,200 top. And now it's at 500. And it kind of seems like, if you just look at this chart, this is a weekly, right? That 218 is right there.
Yeah.
Like, you're going, this is the SMA 200, which is at 203. most likely it's probably going to get to 218. So the price is probably just going to continue to go down. I mean, you're talking about a hard momentum drop, like extremely hard, with a fresh jewel signal for sale, and that the Bears are more in control than the Bulls, and we're entering the fucking the bear zone, and it's going to be hard for them to keep pushing momentum in that direction. But there's also no stopping it. This is just, do you think this is just going to go down?
It looks like that right now.
Seems
It
that
looks
way.
Yeah,
like,
right.
It looks like on the next weekly open, we're gonna have that bear zone move up, and then it's the Bears are gonna have more fuel to push it down further.
God fucking damn. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I have around the same levels too. Like nothing but air until 380 to 359, and if that doesn't hold, yeah, we have just another leg down to 203. And if that doesn't hold, this shit's it's donezo.
Yeah, it's gonna nuke.
It already looks bad. It'll look horrendous if it doesn't hold that 356 to 380 level. Lines up nicely with the weekly EMA 100. So we will see.
Oh yeah, it's right. The 457. Yeah. Alrighty. Perfecto. Thank you, boys. Estamos viendo en este momento SMCI, es una empresa de microchips bastante sencillo. Estamos poniéndolo en la semanal. Cuando Farhan nos dio su análisis, estábamos viendo en la semanal y el momentum va para abajo con muchísima fuerza. El Joule acaba de dar una señal de venta bastante fresca y los bajistas están en control. Estamos entrando en la zona de control de los bajistas, que les había dicho yo antes, que es normalmente algo alcista, porque cuando entras en esa porción del precio, pues ya no le queda tanta fuerza, pero de verdad que esto lleva fuerza para abajo. Estamos viendo, este es nuestro EMA 100, que está en los 457. No vemos cómo no pueda llegar el precio acá la próxima semana. Y lo que aún más nos sorprende es, para empezar, no hay tanta data histórica de esto en el pasado, déjenme ver, de perder el EMA. No, o sea, no hay, literalmente no lo hay. Cuando lo ha perdido en el pasado, pero estas son caídas pequeñas, ¿no? No, estás hablando de una caída de 22%. Sí, comparado con esto, casi nunca pierde estos niveles, nunca. Y eso es algo bastante preocupante para quien sea o esté holdeando con cojones esto. Tiene cara de que va a buscar estos objetivos. El primero es tus 457, el segundo es 326 y el tercero, que también tiene una convergencia rica con el SMI 200, son los $218. No pinta absolutamente nada bien. Así que SMCI yéndose un poco al nepe, efectivamente. Shopify. Shopify should be a good one. I think it just went up like crazy. Let me see. Shopify. I have it here. I'll throw it in. Shopify hizo esto. Me le quito todos los listoncitos para que puedan ver tranquilos. ¿No? Y ahí, bueno, les dejo el 100, que está en los 64. Había caído de este rango, bajó. Aquí fue como el último, nos vemos y vámonos. Pero ahorita estás encontrándose con resistencia por acá. Ready. Let's go. Wait, you're muted. That's why. I knew that you were.
Oh, I'm just talking to myself. All right.
Welcome to my life. That's what being married is like. So if you ever wonder what it's like to being married, it's just what you did right now.
Just talking to yourself. I see that.
That's it. That's
So
all you need.
I like
all you need to know.
Shopify. Shopify is one of those just companies that, you know, I try to pick up when we get big dumps on. Overall, it just has that e-commerce isn't going anywhere. Shopify is one of the biggest platforms for that, for people, anyone to just make a website or drop ship. And so Shopify is looking quite strong. And I say that in the sense of, you know, we see this weekly here, insane weekly closure coming in 3 hours. You know, not only is it above all moving averages that I look at, but also, you know, you see on this dump, we never broke this low here. And so the hopium on the weekly is just that even though we had this massive dump down, you know, ever since this bottom here at October 10th, or that's what it looks like, We've been just slowly trying to put in structure on the chart. And I say that if we just go and we look and we see just like where the lows and highs have come, each and every time it hasn't broken the previous low, leading to these higher highs. Right here came down, didn't break it, and then so now the theory or thesis would be that we see this higher high come on the weekly. Now, two scenarios here which can invalidate this. First scenario is, we come and we actually break basically the low we formed during the beginning of this week, or if you want just a more accurate number, $45.60 is the level bulls want to hold. We can go back all the way down to 60s, 61, 59, whatever. We just don't want this low on the weekly to get lost. And for me, I would look at, because of how strong this weekly closure is, we can now even just shift our attention to here, this weekly low. Because the theory would be that if you're bidding this or trading it, you're trading for that higher high. So the assumption would be this is the higher low. Easy invalidation, easy trade. But as it stands now, we're probably going to close like this on the weekly, strong. So then all I would look at for next week is a back test of either simply the 9 is the first spot I would look at. But we can't disregard this EMA 100 on the weekly. The idea would be we probably just wick down, hit the 9, and then come up. That's something I would look at for more of a extremity trade, because you're closer to the invalidation, which is support. Right now it's currently at $60.50. So next week I would look for probably a little dump into the 9. But if the EMA 100 wants to hold on the weekly, that's fine. But I would look at the 9 to be holding on the weekly overall. But we don't want to deviate essentially the 100. So the theory would be we just wick down below, it gets bought up for that higher high play. Now the weekly though, it looks strong. It is literally above all major moving averages and support. Right now I have resistance at $80, and then we break that, we easily go to 91.30. If we can break 91.30, to me this looks ready and primed to go a lot higher. The first area I'd look at is 105 from $90. I'd look at a 105 move, 106 to 105. Unconfirmed though, if we don't break this high here at 91.50. Weekly is looking quite good. If we throw these off and look at the Bollinger Bands, just out of curiosity, you can see we're basically right now it's just allowing it to get tighter. So if we go back to this SMA 200 on the weekly, which I like to use estimates for higher time frame, what this is telling me right now is it would not surprise me if we do get a push up into the 80s, next week or maybe the week after. But I would expect that to reject the first time. And the reason I say that is because we have massive resistance here, but then we also have the top of the band. And I like how they're now just starting to get more tight. Ideally, this just tells me that we probably range, which is good for bulls. But as it stands now, I would be looking at this $80 region, probably to have a pullback, which will most likely lead to just another, let's see here, probably a pullback in the 80s, which probably leads to just more structure on the lower time frames. But as it stands, the weekly is looking quite good. Now, if we go and dissect this on a daily chart, the daily is also looking good. We had this failed breakdown. This is an SFP. This just failed to break down, quickly got reclaimed. And now it's just basically basing off this EMA 100, catching resistance at the SMA 200. So oftentimes what I'll see is we'll form like a little EMA SMA range where price will do something like this. Might just do something like that.
He did it to your left.
Let me
on
see.
The screen.
Yeah,
On the
exactly.
left side.
Yeah, good catch. Exactly. So we'll just kind of range in this. I call it like an EMA SMA range. It's just kind of like where we're basing off major support, rejecting off major resistance. And this unfortunately broke down. You could see the reaction after we lost. Both these moving averages went down. So for me, on the flip side, though, I would want consolidation, and that would lead me to believe that the higher high most likely does come into play. On Shopify on the weekly at least. So overall strong chart. Daily is looking good after reclaiming. We really just wanted to hold this $60.50 support level. We can just look to the 9, which is right around it. Now, weakness. If we start seeing daily closures back under the EMA 100, that'd be my first sign of mental weakness. Price doesn't like to go below it, and each time it does, we do get nice dumps. This went to the 200, we lost to 200, came all the way down. Overall, price doesn't really like to lose that. Once it regains it, flips it into support here, then we get the expansion. So if we start losing this green line, this EMA 100 on the daily, to me, that'd be the first sign of weakness. And then we look to the 9. If we get a bounce from the 9, it could just, we don't want this EMA 100 to flip into resistance for the leg down. But as it stands, it's looking quite good. Seems like it's catching resistance at the SMA 200, basing off the EMA 100. Can give basically bull's legs if we just kind of consolidate here, in my opinion. But as this weekly stands, this weekly is looking very, very, very good. And if we're just trading off the weekly, the hopium here is that this is just another higher low, and we'd want this high to break for the higher high.
And if the weekly closes above the last wick on the left, right next to that candle, that would be a bullish engulfing candle the size of like the biggest dildo Farhan has ever seen.
Exactly. It hasn't yet, and there's 3 hours.
Hang on, you're muted.
I've seen some big dildos, sir. So it's a stretch.
100% right though on that. I mean, we came down, got bought up, and now ideally, if we can engulf this high here, that'd be very good. That's 3 weeks and just engulfed, especially it getting back above that rejection high. More momentum to why I think $80 is more likely than a pullback to that $60. Not $60. No, more fuel on why I think the low will hold. Essentially is just how strong this closure is. We just don't want the low of the beginning of this week to break. That wouldn't be strong at all. And it would look like a bull trap. But as it stands, it looks like an SFP reclaiming major support on the weekly. Pullback to the weekly EMA 9 wouldn't surprise me, around 61. And for there, I would look to that $80 region. That will be a big spot for price. If price can get back above that $80 region, I do think it'll have a lot more fuel to go to that 110, 111 area. So as it stands, very good. Bulls just don't want this low to break, essentially. So.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. All righty. Thank you. Básicamente aquí lo tenemos. Shopify está en la semanal. Podemos ver cómo ha venido después de que perdió el EMA 100 desde acá. Tuvo una caída de 70, casi 80% básicamente. Y ahora lo está retomando, está coqueteando con eso. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Si lo estás viendo semanal, porque nos gustan tendencias grandes, puedes ver que literalmente estamos subiendo y esto fue un simple fake out, es lo que parece, lo que está jugándonos en este momento, la vida y la tabla, ¿no? El precio de Shopify en este momento está en $68.06. Estamos viendo la tabla semanal. Tenemos una vela que podría convertirse en una vela envolvente alcista siempre y cuando pueda romper arriba de los $70.39. Eso se volvería absolutamente una locura. Estás hablando ya de que esta vela es una vela. En una semana, si cachaste Shopify el lunes, ha subido 40%. 40% desde el lunes y ahí tienen a Shopify haciendo lo suyo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando todos aquellos que son alcistas en el precio? Tienes este bajo de octubre del 2023. Tienes este velazo, obviamente, para abajo, que fue como empezó la semana, a los $48. Simplemente quieres no romper. Para empezar, el primero que no quieres romper es este bajo en los $48. Pero definitivamente el que no quieres romper, para no pensar que la tendencia está cambiando, son los $45. Así que quieres que estos aguanten, que estos niveles se queden completamente sin problema alguno. ¿Qué estamos buscando en este momento? Básicamente, si te pongo el EMA 21, te pongo el SMA 200 y también, no las Bollinger Bands, espérame, no es aquí lo tengo, el EMA 9. Como puedes ver, está retomando todos los niveles importantes. El precio acá que lo retoma también te puede dar un fake out como este, pero lo más probable es que vayamos a buscar la zona de los $80. Tu primer objetivo a pasar van a ser los 69.96, nice. Y de ahí tu siguiente objetivo va a ser los 77.93, donde te vas a encontrar con el precio por ahí de los $80. Si puedes romper esto, tu siguiente objetivo a romper son los 91, que es la parte alta de este canal. Y si se puede, ya de ahí te puedes empezar a chaquetear unos objetivos buenísimos. Pero esto se ve bastante bien para Shopify, buena tendencia alcista. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Tesla. Farhan, there you go.
Let's
There
get
you
it.
go. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bathroom while you figure out that chart, and I'll listen to you. Just need to take a gigantic piss while I drink more water.
Speaking of Tesla, there was like a group of advertisers that were trying to group up together to make like a advertising or media disinformation campaign. And Elon ended up responding with threatening to launch an antitrust lawsuit against them. He didn't even have to file it. He just had to threaten the lawsuit, and they crumbled.
They did?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been saying when I started hearing all this bullshit about Tesla and EVs, that Ford, GM, and all those guys, this is something I said like about a year and a half ago, that Ford, GM, Stellantis were going to start a misinformation campaign against EVs because now they realize they're fucked.
You remember how the main narrative was back on your website in solidmargin.com when they first released the Model S P100D at that point, where they broke below 3 seconds 0 to 60, and everyone is saying, "Watch, just wait until the big boys get in, and then Tesla's finished.
They're gonna crush him." And we were like, "No, they're not. No, they're not."
They're like, "You're retarded. You don't know anything about the car industry."
They still tell me that until
Who was
today.
right?
It's insane.
Who was right?
It's insane. Logic. That's who's right, not us. Logic.
Okay, so on the weekly on Tesla.
Hang on. Throw your chart my way, please.
Either I'm gonna forget to unmute myself, or I'm gonna forget to share my screen.
It's fine.
So right now on Tesla on the weekly, we don't have the silver cross yet to the upside, but we have negated the silver cross to the downside. So what we need to do right now to flip this back towards an upward posturing is we have to close above. And what I like to see is whenever this green 55 EMA lines right up with this blue zone at the 38.2% level at $208.50. If we close above that, our next resistance level is this 200 SMA, which we've held as support for like this tap. We deviated, we held it as support. Right now, this is probably going to be our next resistance at $233. And if we look at our oscillators, right now, momentum was moving very highly up on this move from 137 all the way up to 266. And momentum hit very extreme levels. We hit almost as high as we did over here, but not quite. If we would have went higher than this, we would have confirmed hidden bearish divergence, and that would have had us retesting these lows. But since we did not do that, there's no divergence here. At the same time, volatility is slipping down as well. So that's telling you that the move to the downside is more corrective than it is going to be an impulsive move, and we should be looking for entries to the upside whenever it stabilizes. On the opposite end, though, we are getting the jewel giving us a first sign of a sell signal on the weekly. This is not really that bad considering we're still above all of these moving averages, and the fast one is above the slow one. So what this could be giving us is this could be positioning Tesla for the ideal jewel scenario, like we saw in the previous chart, where the jewel was flipped to the downside, and the fast one was below the slow one. But since right now the fast one is above, slow one is above the fast one, and we have the jewel still above support. What we could have is we could test down to this blue area, which statistically we most likely will if we lose this median, which is 188.5. If we lose that, we'll test here. If we hold this 188.5, I would say that we're going to go sideways here. I don't think we would break right above it, since considering we still have the 55 EMA below the 21.
Sorry, I gotta ask. Is this what you're talking about? The 188? Is that a weekly close?
That's on the weekly, yeah, 188.55.
Got it. Okay, sorry.
So as long as we're above that, I would say we're right now price is positioned sideways and up, and we're probably at that point the blue zone is going to move up after the next weekly closure. So and these moving averages are going to move up too. What I'm looking for is this jewel to come down into a sell signal, flip to a neutral, like we did here, right around this pink zone. If we get that and the pink is above the yellow and we get a cyan color right here, that's basically the ultimate signal the jewel will give you. Last time we had it was right here, where all of the moving averages bunched together and then we flipped up to a buy signal, and we ended up getting a more than 100% move up. So right now we're just waiting for that on the jewel to confirm. We don't have it yet. On the monthly, we're bouncing exactly where we need to at the bottom of the blue zone, and we're still holding the 55. Right now, there's a monthly silver cross that started in October of 2019 that we confirmed it. We never lost it because we closed below it once, but we quickly reclaimed it. So right now, we're still holding that silver cross. And if we hold this 55 EMA at that point, we would have to target by Fibonacci rules the 61.8, which is at $310, which is this last rejected high right here. We get any close above that, then we can draw a Fibonacci retracement and get a nice little target from there. And what I love to see, absolutely love to see, is at the 61.8% level lines right up with the golden pocket. So that gives you more confluence that if you break above this, you're going to get a breakout. And right now that number sits at $607.
Woo!
And everybody knows when, like, it sounds crazy right now, but everybody knows when Tesla moves, it loves to move.
It moves. Yeah.
I mean, Elon even sold the shorts just to make fun of people shorting his stock.
Oh, yeah.
Forgot about that.
Totally forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
He can't say fuck the shorts because then the SEC will come after him, but he can sell shorts.
That's right. That's right. Fucking idiots. God damn it. I bought every single stupid thing that he's ever put
Me
out,
too.
like lately. Yeah, it's so bad.
You remember his one tweet where he said SEC stands for 3 letters? The middle word is Elon's.
Oh,
It's-
suck Elon's cock.
Nobody other than Elon Musk would tweet that.
No, of course not. Because who gives a like, oh, you find me $20 million? That's nothing. To me, I would be ruined.
Right now on the weekly RSI, we're getting some hidden bearish divergence, but we have hit the easy target. So if we can reclaim this 200 SMA at, right now we're kind of projecting it, $199, this divergence will be done and we can stabilize from there. And we would look for another local low before we could look for a bullish divergence. But right now we're at the local support zone, and the same thing right here where we're getting that sell signal on the jewel. It's not a death sentence. We're just watching for this 200 SMA. If it keeps rejecting this 200, I would look for this range to hold right here between these two green lines. And then I would watch for the stochastic momentum to get direction from there. If stochastic momentum is pointed down while volatility is starting to point up, I would say that this range is not going to hold and we're going to retest these lows right here. But right now, I'm cautiously bullish on Tesla.
Nice. Cautiously bullish is a very nice word for hopium.
Hopium deal.
That's basically it. And now let me ask you something, because from what you were saying, you're saying 188.55. That's a level that we got to keep in order for us not to go into the negative, basically lose that blue zone and then go further down, right? That's 188.
Because if we lose that level, then we have to test the bottom of the blue zone.
Which is at?
Right now, the price of the bottom is at $170.
170. That's what I thought.
Clean.
And that, I think, coincides with this. Let me see. Nah, kinda. Okay. And you're saying on the 199, on the 199, that's for the monthly candle, right? For the monthly close. So we can avoid the avoid the bearish divergence, or am I wrong?
On the monthly, it's at 193 roughly.
So monthly's 193. On the weekly is 199, because we're definitely
188.5.
188.5.
Yeah.
Got it. So we just need to close in 3 hours right now where we at, and we're good.
Yeah, we're not necessarily good, but it keeps the hopium alive. What we want to see on the next week is we want to see this blue zone, the blue zone move up. And what I would ideally love to see is the top of that blue zone line right up with that weekly 200 SMA.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying. Perfecto. Thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Pueden ver en este momento en la semanal, estamos literalmente intentando retomar niveles importantes. Déjeme borro eso y hago esto. Estamos intentando retomar niveles importantes, que es básicamente el SMI 21, que está en los 200, el 9 está en 209, el 100 está en 211 y el SMI 200 está en $233. El precio de Tesla en este momento está en $197.50, subiendo y bajando. En todos los indicadores de Farhand, básicamente, y poniéndoselas sencillas, tenemos una inclinación un poco más alcista que bajista, pero todavía no tenemos una respuesta. Esta semana queremos tener un cierre que es básicamente en 3 horas, 18 minutos y 15 segundos de este momento, arriba de los 188.50 centavos. Teniendo eso, nos da todavía más esperanza de que podemos retomar podemos bajar la zona azul del indicador de Farhand y eso nos pondría exactamente donde debemos y nos permitiría seguir con la tendencia hacia arriba. Pero de manera de que cerremos la mensual abajo de los $193, la mensual, que todavía faltan para ese cierre, ¿cuánto? Faltan 21 días, 4 horas. Si cierra la mensual abajo de los $193, no, 199, probablemente Tesla vaya a caer hasta los $160. Ese es el rango estimado que es por acá, que también tiene cierta convergencia con el EMA 100, para que tengan esa idea, efectivamente. De otra forma, en este momento, Tesla lo único que tiene que hacer es aguantar donde está en este momento y tener esos cierres. En la diaria pueden ver que estamos debajo de todos los promedios importantes y recargándonos acá, pero eso sí, si solamente estamos haciendo análisis técnico, tenemos solamente de velitas, tenemos un bajo más alto, un bajo más alto y un bajo más alto. Siempre y cuando aguantemos esta zona, no vamos a tener problemas. Y si todo se da de la manera en que debe y le pegamos a los targets, cerramos arriba de 199 y seguimos para adelante, tenemos un cierre mensual encima de eso también, probablemente el objetivo de esto con el indicador que tiene Farhand, nos da un precio de acción de $600. Pero tienen que pasar muchas cosas. Estás hablando literalmente de que tienen que pasar un mes para empezar a tener idea de cómo van los cierres, etcétera. Así que por ahora, Tesla está en un momento delicado, está como en medio de la nada, pero hay que poner atención a ver cuál sería el siguiente movimiento. Ok. Robin Hood, hang on, no, because Eder already, we already did Eder 1, 2, yeah. So I'm just trying to do as many people as possible. Neo. I love you, baby. What, not that Neo?
The Chinese EV scam.
The Chinese EV scam is correct.
Yeah, is that the car they pushed down the hill?
No, that was Nikola.
Oh,
No.
right.
They pushed their truck downhill.
It's the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
I was the first one to post that on solomondern.com though. That they pushed their shit downhill.
By the way, ever since that, I've always been like, Neo is bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. I don't understand how people are giving the money, but now it's at $3.79. Although I gotta say, I'm one of the biggest and largest Fisker stock owners.
If Henrik Fisker can get money, anybody can get money.
He's very good at being a scammer, though. He's very good. Very good.
He can design cars, but he can't build them for shit.
Well, he doesn't need to, because the money is at just putting the company together. So he doesn't have to look into that.
Do you remember the rapper Mac Miller?
Yeah, of course.
So he bought a Fisker car, man. He used to do a TV show on MTV where he would record his life. He bought the Fisker. On the way back from the dealership, it broke down.
No way.
My God.
That was such a piece of shit car. It's unbelievable. Hang on.
All right. We I think it's on. I shared it. Yeah.
We're
Cool.
sharing.
Yeah, Neo. All right, cool. Yeah, so I mean, there's not really much. It's just basically been an aggressive downtrend. I mean, ideally, what I'm seeing here is we have weekly. The weekly Bollinger Bands are actually getting quite tight. I don't know why it's not showing now. What is this? Runtime error. Interesting. Let me reload it. But
On the
essentially,
Bollinger Bands, they always have fucking problems. I don't know why.
yeah, that's what I'm noticing now. I use it more on the exchange, like for crypto, but let's see if they can get on. Let's go to the weekly just to start. So it's kind of, we zoom out here, they are getting quite tight. I mean, there's not too much on my chart. I have, basically the hopium here is that the bulls can keep consolidating this to get even more tighter, essentially, for possibly a chance to break this resistance here at 480. But as it stands, I mean, the trend is still your friend, and we've been in an aggressive downtrend. For this weekly coming, the hopium now is that this is somewhat of a bottom. We'll know more accurately in 3 hours once we get this closure. It's basically hanging on to the edge right now. It technically didn't break the low that was formed here, but just by a hair. And there's not much momentum in this week. You can see it tried to rally up. It's basically now just an indecision. That's kind of what a doji is. It's not wanting to go up or down, but I think we'll get some volatility into the weekly closure today. And as it stands, I would expect the low to break at 358, just leading to more downside, essentially. This chart has just been basically held down very hard since this false breakdown here on July 31st. We've just been basically just going down. And even before that false breakdown, I mean, Neo's just had a great experience just going all the way down. Hopium here is, if we do end up coming back down to this support zone right around 250, 250 to 270, we can just kind of range in this big, kind of big range for stocks. That'd be the hopium, essentially. Maybe giving some of these exponential moving averages time to come more down. For every week, this 100's going to keep going down, but one thing after the next, and for what it's worth, it's not looking quite strong. Not even for like a mean reversion bounce, in my opinion. This is still solid resistance at 560. In my opinion, we see that after it broke down, retested it, solidified it into resistance, and now we've just kind of slowly come down. Our bear's going to break the low here, leading to the next leg down. That's to me what it seems like. But we have a weekly in 3 days or 3 hours, so I guess we will see how that closes. If we go back to the daily here, daily still looks heavily corrective to me as well. Basically we were consolidating slightly, pushed up, rejecting the 9. This is like in a no trade zone for me. I don't really have a setup other than if we do get a push into that 560 range, that could be just another short opportunity. What you're gonna say, Joe?
Yeah, I was gonna say something. Were you able to throw in your Bollinger Bands?
Yeah, so I did that in the beginning. Maybe we went through that too short. And like as it stands, it is heavily tight.
It's so tight, but it feels like it's leaning on the daily towards the downside, like strong. Unless I'm missing something here, because you're coming off of a rejection in the middle of it with a little topping candle, and then it's coming down hard.
Yeah, so for like this, if the weekly is tight, the 3-day, the 2-day, and the daily are probably tight. I like using the 3-day then, a little more data on that. And you can see it. We just let's just throw the 9 off as well. Yeah, very nice rejection off the mid band. Not bullish, I will say. They don't, these just give us more the range it's in. But as it stands, it is under the mid band, and it kind of actually gives more legs to what I was saying, where as it stands right now, to me, price seems like it's on the edge. And when we're looking at this, you can kind of see it's very close to expanding this to the downside. In my opinion, we can look at this probably as a breakdown if we do break this low here, which was at $3.60. If we can break that low, especially with how the 3-day bands, the 2-day, the daily, and the weekly are looking, maybe then this range, this $2.20 level isn't so crazy. And that's basically the next area I'm looking at. If we're just simply looking at where volatility is, how price is interacting overall. I am looking at this to eventually come back down to that we'll call it 220 to 250 zone. And until then, it's just like a waiting game. There's no long scenario here I can see, because even if we do, let's say on the 3-day, get back above, at least my lower time frame exponential moving averages that kind of tell me where momentum could go, we still have major resistance at 560. So, until 560 is reclaimed, 566 to be more accurate, with potentially this last rejection high breaking, I just think it's going to be kind of down, slow bleed down, essentially, reaching this 220, 250 zone. And the Bollinger Bands tell us that even though this thing has been going down, the volatility is still contracting, and a move is brewing, and that's really evident, on the lower time frames like the daily, 2-day, 3-day. So yeah, I mean, there's not really anything crazy on this chart. It's just been down only. Respect the trend. Currently, as it stands, it's just hanging on right now. I do believe if this low does break, which seems likely, especially with how this daily is churning out to be, when you have this like rally up to rejection, and now this body is starting to form right before closure, to me, that tells me that this could, bears could push this down before even the daily closure today. They have the momentum, especially with the way the candle is forming now. So, I would look at that as probably more confirmation that this low is going to break. We're going to see the Bollinger Bands expand. And any rallies up into the 21 EMA, I would just look at that as another short opportunity, just like we've been seeing this entire time. Now, if price does get back above and we do get a pump, to me, it's not actionable until we get back above 566. Then you have some momentum actually to see a bigger squeeze across the board. But, one thing after the next, and until then, it looks like it's going to come more down. Only hopium is just this green candle that we had. But once that gets fully reversed, I do think we're going to see a breakdown, especially when these lows give here. So, overall, if you're trying to trade this long, and what I always tell people with especially like stocks or cryptos that look like this, your best bet is either shorting the extremity, which was here at 560. And if you didn't get that, then either potentially taking a mean reversion trade at the extremity low, which I have right now at 220. So, not the best. It's just more of a waiting game, but there's no point to think about longing when the trend is down, and it's been giving pretty easy to the book trades. We have the bearish deviation here, expansion down, lost support, retested it into resistance, expansion down, slow bleed down, lost this, retested this into resistance. Now we're going to hit the expansion down. That's basically what I've been seeing. And these are on weeklies, so it's been going on for, a few years now. Why would this time be different? So that's what I see. Watch 220 to 250, and we'll basically, I think, confirm the breakdown, especially if we can just break this low here. And how the lower time frame Bollinger Bands are looking, it's showing that as well to me. So it looks ready to come down and make the next leg in all simplistic terms. But we'll see. So
we'll motherfucking see is right, son.
We shall see.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you. Ok, tenemos NIO, una marca de coches completamente falsa eléctricos de China. No sé si sea falsa o no, pero obviamente va a quebrar. ¿Qué hemos hecho? Desde arriba hasta donde está el precio hoy, solamente ha perdido 94% de valor. La acción estaba en su tope en $66. El día de hoy está tradeando en 7.30, en $3.76. Vale. Nos vamos a acercar, estamos viendo la semanal, tenemos niveles importantes. Podemos ver por qué son importantes, sobre todo el de aquí abajo. Este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido que nos llevó a toda esta tendencia alcista, que fue literalmente el robo del siglo para toda la gente que entró ahí arriba y la trampa más grande de toda la historia. No se crean, la de Fisker es aún más grande. Pero ahora estamos revisitando con estas caídas tan aceleradas esta parte del canal en los 376. Pueden ver que aquí tenemos un nuevo bajo y estamos a punto de romper este bajo. Ahora, quiero poner antes que nada los Bollinger Bands. Recuerden que estas bandas, el precio está dentro de las bandas rangueando, ¿no? Discúlpenme un segundo, voy a quitar eso y quitar esto. Ok. pueden ver que el precio ranguea. Mientras más apretadas están las bandas, más te está diciendo que va a haber un movimiento agresivo, a la alza o a la baja. Aquí pueden ver lo apretadas que estaban las bandas y bolas el madrazo que se dio para arriba, ¿no? Entonces ahí lo vieron. Y aquí se apretaron una vez más y bolas el putazo para abajo. Aquí se apretaron una vez más y bolas para abajo. Y en este momento, si nos acercamos y vemos, está en el punto más apretado que hemos visto. Ahora, cuando cambiamos el time frame y lo ponemos en uno de menos días, pueden apreciar aún más qué tan apretadas están poniendo las bandas, lo que está diciéndonos que va a haber más volatilidad. Volatilidad a la alza o a la baja, ¿no? ¿Estamos de acuerdo? No sabemos exactamente. Algo que a mí me da una pista es que estamos siendo rechazados en la media del canal, lo pueden ver aquí en esta simple vela que intentó tomar liquidez, intentaste acá y te rechazó y ahora vienes para abajo y estás rompiendo la parte de abajo de esto. Esto probablemente se vea el movimiento y lo más fácil de poder predecir es simplemente con esto. Vas a agarrar el 359 y vas a crear una de estas, un canal paralelo para asegurarte que no es un canal paralelo, discúlpenme, una línea simplemente horizontal para asegurarte que no se pierde ese nivel. En cuanto se pierde este nivel, probablemente vas a ir a darte una vuelta a los 2.16. Estás en un punto donde estás flotando en medio de la nada. No porque haya puesto esta línea te estoy diciendo que sea el fondo, porque no lo es. Lo que también estamos viendo es cuando prendemos nuestros indicadores, nuestros promedios. Un segundo, tengo 1, 2, 3, 4. Ahí están los 4. Cuando aprendemos nuestros promedios, podemos darnos cuenta que estamos bajo todos ellos. No hay manera de regresar. Por lo que lo mejor que puedes hacer si estás especulando con este precio es cada que llegas a uno de estos promedios importantes, puedes hacer un short si te gusta la vida arriesgada. Si no, probablemente si hay un rebote a la zona de los 5.65, 5.66, ahí es donde quieres tomar el short bueno, el grande, porque de ahí se va a venir para abajo. Y si llegas a romper esto con convicción y aparte rompes los $6.04, probablemente tengas camino para arriba, pero ese no es el escenario que estamos viendo nosotros. Cuando lo ves en la diaria, te das cuenta de todos los rechazos y dónde están todos los promedios que se están moviendo y lo lejos que estás, literalmente, y vamos a medirlo en este segundo, de entre el precio y tu primer EMA, estás hablando de 5%, casi, que es el EMA 9, el 21 está aquí arriba, que va a ser un 10, 15%. Me lo estoy echando de ojo de buen cubero, para que no digan, no lo estoy midiendo. Entonces, ¿qué te interesa? Poder aguantar este nivel acá. El nivel de los 361. Si pierdes los 361, prepárate para abajo. Y lo que recomendaríamos, no para que lo hagas, pero para que lo cheques y para que hagas tu propia tesis, porque ya saben que aquí no le estamos diciendo qué hacer, simplemente estamos compartiendo lo que pensamos. Aquí vemos que probablemente el siguiente nivel sea el de los 2.17, que fue donde vimos que en el pasado hizo esto el precio, por lo que hay bastante confluencia en esa área. Y lo único que tienes que hacer es ver cómo va a cerrar hoy. Quedan 3 horas para el cierre de precio. Si llega a cerrar abajo de esta línea, muy sencillo, a la baja, te esperas a que llegue a los 2.12 y aquí probablemente tengas un rebote y quieras vender eso cuando llegue a tocar algún punto interesante, ya sea un EMA o tus líneas que tienes por acá ahí pintaditas. Vale. Airbnb. I think this guy got caught in Airbnb.
Airbnb. Everybody's finally realizing the Airbnb is more expensive than a hotel. Plus,
they
give you chores too.
I know that. I gotta say, that is pretty cool. You go and stay somewhere, giving money in Mexico City, dude. It's the fucking worst. You go and stay at an Airbnb, and they have maids that clean the apartments. Mm-hmm. So you rent the place and you say, all right, I'm leaving on Thursday. And they tell you Thursday, 9 a.m. You can't leave a minute after. At 8:50 or 8:40, the maid shows up. She opens the door. She's got her own key. And she walks inside and stands there until you fucking leave. And she's counting.
The same shit happened when I went to Monterrey. In Monterrey, Mexico, I was there for like a week and a half.
Yeah.
The last day, literally 30 minutes before we had to leave, somebody came in, opened the door, and we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they just walk in. They don't ask you for anything. They open the door, walk in, and the lady just literally stares at you until you fucking leave. And then if you don't clean it right, you gotta pay. If you clean it right, but you're late, you gotta pay. Like there's so many fees. I ended up like a year ago completely fucking off from Airbnbs and staying in hotels. So much better.
We stayed in Tokyo. I
Mhm.
paid literally, I shit you not, I paid $11,000 fucking dollars for the Airbnbs there, and we left them like we cleaned everything after we left. We picked up everything and everything. We fixed the beds. They gave me a 1-star review.
And wanted money. Fee. They said we smoked in their house. We did not.
What? Yeah, and by the way, who's gonna say otherwise, right? Like,
But like, yeah, who smokes in Airbnb house too? Like, kind of like just
that's-
common sense. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Tokyo was pretty strict on their Airbnbs.
All right, let's
Yeah.
switch to Airbnb. Let me share my chart.
It's everywhere. Share your chart of Airbnb, and before that, because we're 3 hours deep, let me just remind everyone to go to our Discord and
Shameless
check
plug.
it out. Right? Let's do a shameless
well.
plug. All righty. Les dejo aquí el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Damas y caballeros, se los voy a dejar en los comentarios. Por supuesto, aquí hay una invitación fresca para todos ustedes para que le caigan. Es absolutamente gratis. Ya saben que aquí andamos. Tenemos nuestro chat general donde toda la gente nos anda poniendo gráficos y nos anda presumiendo toda la lana que está haciendo, hijos de perra. No, no es cierto. Aquí en realidad para presumir está aquí. Vean nada más acá la colección de ganancias. ¿Cómo de que no? Tenemos en P&L Cards. Pero vénganse acá, platiquen, vengan a saludar aquí en Greetings. Tienen el chat general y también tienen el análisis de Alex y tienen el análisis de Farhan por acá. Entonces, no se lo pierdan, es completamente gratis. Aquí están todos como degenerados platicando. De nuevo, no necesitan tarjeta de crédito. Alguien me escribió en Instagram: ay, güey, es que no tengo tarjeta de crédito, no puedo entrar al Discord. No entiendo por qué dices eso. Es completamente gratis. Y si están interesados en hacer trading de criptomonedas, les dejamos acá BitGet, que es nuestro exchange. Acá lo tienen, es este. Es nuestro exchange internacional que requiere KYC y no funciona en Estados Unidos, pero tiene buenos fees. Y también tenemos Bluffing, que es nuestro exchange de Estados Unidos, no requiere KYC, también opera en todo el mundo. Los fees son un poco más gordos, pero güey, no tienes que hacer KYC ni nada de eso, es bastante sencillo de operar. Si les interesa también abrir una cuenta de TradingView, que es el software que usamos para poder operar tablas y todo eso, aquí lo tienen. Y ya. Y cada que usan nuestros enlaces para operar, ya sea en Bluffing o sea en BitGet, recuerden que se van a llevar premios y aparte de diferentes cosas por depósitos. Y ahorita en Bluffing estamos regalando, es un Rolex, un Nintendo Switch, un iPhone, bastantes premios. Debería sacar esa tarjetita, pero no sé por qué no lo estoy sacando. Pero aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo de que no? Vénganse a dar una vuelta al chat. Un saludo a todo el mundo en el chat general. ¿Cómo está aquí Alex? ¿Qué no está haciendo el análisis con nosotros? Voy a dejarle esa ahí. Vale, estamos listos. All righty, all you. Airbnb.
All right, let's run it. Airbnb.
Run it up, boys.
Right now, we have a silver cross on Airbnb. Like we had it confirmed on July 23rd. Right on July 22, we ended up invalidating that silver cross. And you see, right when we invalidated it, we ended up getting a major dump from there. I don't want to say everybody else is following the silver cross, but there's probably something else that lines up with that made everybody like panic and sell there when we lost the 55 EMA. Mm-hmm. When we lost that, we ended up going down like, what is this wick low? Almost 22% when we lost that. Right now, we've lost the blue zone by a good amount. We're at the 88.3% zone at the historical price delta range. If you were to subtract that from the 100, that gives you about, I want to say, 11.7% chance of closing below here. I am personally a betting man. I don't know about you guys. 11.7% chance. This is the area where I would personally take like not a long to new highs, but I would take like a scalp long. Mm-hmm. So like long right here, and my stop loss would be any close below $116.71. I would get out, but my target would be this blue zone right here. Because the price always wants to go back to the blue zone. Even if it rejects from here, it still wants to go back. And right now, that zone is sitting at $138. On the next weekly close, it probably comes down. It probably comes down to right here around like 133. But even that is a very tradable bounce. Because if you were to do the calculation period of 133, that is like at least 15%, if not the blue zone, which is around 20%. Very tradable bounce. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're looking at the momentum indicators. momentum was pointed very heavily down. The last time we've ever, what number? Let me get a number. It's 90.22%. The last time we ever had momentum this low was not even here. That was on the June of 2022 lows when we were at $90. We've never had momentum this low. And right now we are lower than that on momentum, but the price action is higher. That gives you hidden bullish divergence where sellers had to work harder, but they were not able to push the price lower. But I have to say, on the opposite end, the divergence means nothing until you have a local low. And the only way to confirm a local low is that you would have to close above this candle open, which right now is at $123.77. Price is at 115. We have less than 3 hours to go.
Not looking great.
I don't think it's going to happen. But
not looking great. Yeah.
If it happens, then it happens. Right now on the Jewel, we're getting a fresh sell signal. We're getting a basically perfect Jewel signal for the sell side, where we have the fast one below the slow one, and we're getting a curvature into the moving averages, and then a curvature down into a sell signal. Right here, you see this red line. This is the DMI.
Hard down.
The DMI is the directional movement index, which shows you how much money is coming into an asset. For the longest time, since around January of 2023, the cash flow into this asset has been positive into Airbnb. Right now, since July, it has officially flipped negative. And not only has it flipped negative, but now the cash flows into the bearish control zone, which means there is so much more selling than there is buying that the bears are fully in control. The last thing I want to look at is the stochastic momentum. That'll give us another good idea because it will give us the pivot that we need to turn momentum back up to the upside. So right now we are at the bearish control zone. So whenever we're here, bears have to work significantly harder to keep the price down. The pivot is at $130.48. We have 2 hours and 52 minutes to meet that pivot. It's probably not going to happen. And as you see right here, this is the BBWP, the Bollinger Bandwidth Percentile, which gives you a number based off of the Bollinger Bands for volatility. We have that flipped up at 46%, while momentum is flipped down. Statistically, this is a setup to the downside. I don't have the what do you call it, the back testing for this for Airbnb, but I have it on Bitcoin. It's not really comparable, but on Bitcoin, whenever you get this set up on the weekly, you get a minimum of 40% down. Bitcoin is more volatile than Airbnb, but at the very least, you can expect like 10 to 15% down.
I was going to say 10%. Yeah. I was going to say at least 10% down.
Let's check from here down to these current previous lows. That would be 28%. And if this setup fires off, I think we could easily hit these lows, maybe make new lows. I'll make a Fib retracement and we can see what our next target would be. So right now we are finding support at this golden pocket right here. The trigger is going to be closing below this 65% at $125. If that happens, you can very likely say our next target is going to be somewhere around $27, and that is going to be a huge drop. That's gonna tell us something about like something is breaking right now.
No fucking way. I'm sorry. You said $20-some?
$27.38.
God damn.
That's if we close a weekly below 112.25.
No, wait, 112.25. Okay, I thought you said 125. I was like,
no,
that's fucked already. Okay.
112.25. If we close below that, it's fucked.
I mean,
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it could easily do that. It's only $3 away.
Yeah, and we have 3 hours to go.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Here is what adds some confluence for me. I want to check out how Hilton is doing.
Okay. You think it's going up or down?
I feel like it's going down.
Let's see.
Hilton's going up. I don't understand. So I guess maybe our thesis is coming true that people are realizing that Airbnbs are dog shit and they need to go to hotels instead. Because this looks extremely healthy on Hilton. Not only do we have a silver cross on Hilton, but we're holding the 21 every single time we've tested it. We have momentum. Momentum is currently pointed to the downside. I'm gonna be honest.
I gotta say though, hang on. I gotta say, Hilton is a cheap hotel chain, so it's most likely catching a bid from everyone that used to travel and spend a lot of money and stay in a nice place, now they're probably going to the Hilton. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah.
I was just
No worries.
saying.
But Hilton is giving us like one of those things where it's like it's not exactly bullish, it's not exactly bearish, but it's telling us watch this 21. And if it closes above the 21, then I would feel like Airbnb would move up from there as well, because they're both into the hospitality segment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me guessing. But right now, I would more likely bet that Airbnb is bearish than it is bullish, because we also have significant bearish divergence on it.
Yeah, and I would also add to the Airbnb narrative, all of their expenses have gone up like crazy versus what a hotel would do, right? Because labor you can now hire for better rates, whatever. The insurance for each one of these houses, Airbnbs, is killing these people, alongside with their maintenance and every other bill that you could possibly imagine. And now you have a customer that's saying, dude, fuck staying here with your $300 cleaning fee. I'm going to the hotel. They're seeing a lot of pressure. And there's also the added pressure of selling your fucking Airbnb before the market collapses. And it depends on where you live, because in some places it already did, right? Like when I went to Austin, when I moved to Austin, houses are already cheaper than that day. Like the houses in the neighborhood where I bought. Yeah, they're cheaper than when I bought in 2021. So
Sheesh, you made a hell of a fucking trade then.
I fucking kill real estate. No one can fuck with me. Charts, I'll listen to you all day and learn from you guys all day. Real estate, this I don't understand why. I understand it. I feel so horrible for the guy that bought my house, because he
got fucked.
He paid the peak, and he also paid like peak interest rates. Like fuck, that dude really got
buy
fucked.
high, sell low, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean
he'll. Yeah.
On Airbnb, I mean, like, I know nothing about real estate, I'm just gonna be honest. But what I've always heard too is like another argument is we saw like a trend where like a shit ton of people just like got homes listed on Airbnb. It worked for like a moment, and then the issue was it kind of got oversaturated where that business model just everyone just copy and pasted it. So now, yeah, it is concerning, because if we do enter a recession, things slow down, people don't have money. You're gonna see all these homes that are just empty, that people used to fill, now just pay the mortgage on, that aren't getting filled. So it's always been an interesting point I've at least read about with Airbnb. You know, just the trend of getting into that, getting a shit ton of houses, trying to fill them out. It worked, and then what happens when they don't?
This happened in 2008 too, 2005, 2006, 2007, but it was different. So instead of Airbnbs and people putting their money to work, the fever for buying houses was because they were offering mortgages with zero down. So they would go, and strippers, like there's a lot of stories about strippers. Like you would go to a strip club and you're getting a lap dance and you're like, hey, Daisy, where do you live? And Daisy would tell you, oh, I have like 3 apartments one in Florida, one in Vegas, and one here. It's like, what? And then you'd go to another strip club in Brandy, while she's giving you a lap dance with chocolate. They would both start talking about like their properties in New York City and all of this. And everybody was like, what the fuck? So everybody had a lot more properties back then, just because they weren't renting them or anything. They just had them. So when the economy went down and their values went down, they just dumped them. So now the people are going to do the same with Airbnb, because what happens to an unsophisticated investor when prices go down?
They panic. Yeah, they panic.
They panic and they capitulate, right? That's what happens every single time. That's what's about to happen to those people too. That's going to add to the fire when people say it's not the same as 2008 because there's no inventory. You just fucking wait.
You seen the movie The Big Short?
Yeah, of course.
Whenever they go to the strip club, and the stripper is telling him, I have like 4 different properties, and he's like,
oh yeah, that's real as fuck.
He's like, buy 50 million to swap. It's
that's what he knew. Yeah, that's what he knew.
Yeah, that was the joke from everyone in the past. Everybody knew like strippers just had way too many houses, and I don't understand why it became like a pop culture thing, but it's true, I guess. By the way, and it's fucked up that people were looking at strippers like you're the bottom tier of.
But I was thinking about that though. Like I guess using strippers, because mainly they make most of their money in cash, I'd assume. So like the proof of income,
in good times.
Yeah, exactly. So like maybe, strippers having all those assets, proof of income, all that just shows kind of the loose end of all of it back then.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let me share my Airbnb with everybody. Sorry, I forgot. We were doing this bullshit. Ok, tenemos aquí el precio de Airbnb. Pueden ver que no es una tabla que tenga tanta historia. Literalmente abrió en el 2020, en diciembre del 2020, el 7 de diciembre del 2020, mi cumpleaños, quién lo viera. Y por eso están destinados a tronar, ¿no? Están más abajo que su punto más bajo antes del subidongo, pero en este momento lo que estamos viendo es a Airbnb sufrir bastante. Tuvo una caída bastante potente después de anunciar sus ganancias y esa caída llegó a ser hasta de 16% en literalmente una semana, pero me parece que había sido un día. Aquí lo tenemos efectivamente y eso lo llevó a absolutamente ser destruido. Honestamente, lo que estamos viendo es simplemente una acción que está bastante castigada, está abajo de todos sus promedios importantes. Cuando volteamos, quiero ver cómo está lo de los Bollinger Bands. Habías visto lo apretados que están acá y justamente cuando ves que están apretadas, movimiento de volatilidad lo dio a la baja. Entonces ahí lo tienes, ahí tienes un ejemplo de cómo se ve cuando explota algo y cambia completamente de tendencia. Y aquí va a la baja. Lo que dice Farhan básicamente es que si Airbnb cierra hoy abajo, y márquenlo porque faltan 2 horas 42 minutos, si cierra hoy abajo de $112 con 25 centavos, $3 abajo de esto, probablemente el precio de Airbnb pueda llegar a los veintitantos dólares, si es que llega a cerrar debajo de ese número. Ahora, si queremos volvernos alcistas en Airbnb, tendríamos que cerrar esta semana arriba de los 133 que está por acá. Es literalmente imposible, a menos de que en 2 horas el precio de Airbnb explote a la alza por alguna razón que no entendemos, por lo que estamos en lugares donde no vamos a meter las manos en este momento. Esta es una tabla bastante fácil de dibujar, por cierto, para que encuentren niveles. Lo pueden ver aquí, ¿no? Puedes poner uno de estos, puedes poner acá otro de estos, y puedes poner ahí básicamente, ¿para qué más les enseño? Y el bajo más bajo está en 82. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Esta estructura ya se rompió. Esto puede seguir para adelante porque es simplemente la tendencia bajista. Lo voy a dejar así. Y es lo que es Airbnb, hecho absolutamente mierda, damas y caballeros. All righty. Let's see. Santander Bank. What are they fucking doing? Santander
Bank.
Banco Santander.
Okay,
It's just
yeah.
SAN. It's the easy way of doing it. Ooh. Starting a nice sell-off.
Let's see.
It did.
I see
I mean,
that.
it's been, yeah.
Nice little deviation. Let's see.
We're still holding the silver cross for now, though,
On what time frame?
on the weekly.
Weekly.
Nice.
But it's about to go fuck itself, right? Like it's
number-
literally 1 cent away.
The number it has to close over today to maintain this is $4.52.
Just 2 cents. Come on.
Only 2 cents to go up from here, and we can maintain this.
I hope Airbnb absolutely fails at getting the other $3 that he needs to hold, and they just fucking absolutely collapse. Just
They
because
deserve
that
it.
lady was staring at me from 9 a.m. Absolutely. Absolutely, they deserve it.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, no, it should. All right, cool. So focus on the weekly since we have that closure incoming. It's been a nice bounce. To me, there's not really much changed on this weekly closure. It's impressive, it's nice, but in my opinion, things change for bulls if we can get back above $4.69. To me, then this would look like a deviation. Back in the range, technically, yes, but with this deviation, if we get back above the 9, the 21, and the meme line, to me, this deviation probably gives us more fuel to maybe break out and break that $5 area, which is a big level overall. I do believe, though, if we can break it and reclaim it, kind of like here, but the issue is it fell back into it. If we can break the 5 and hold, then I do think there's a good chance we can go to that $5.83 region. But until then, right, that's all just an assumption. And until then, we have major resistance here at $4.70. That's what I have on my chart. I would look at that as a potential opportunity to short, because it's easy. You have an easy invalidation. And you can see here, this last week, I guess, yeah, this was a impressive dump, that it was big. It was, let's see here, it was over 10%, 10.37%. So it makes sense we're getting some mean reversion bounce. Is that all it is, though? Is it just a dead cat bounce? Something to watch into next week while we get this closure, probably closing like this, maybe a pump into this, rolling over. Bulls just would not want this week's low essentially to get broken. Let me go here. Let me throw that on. Yeah. And then let's check the daily. So the daily already is hitting resistance. More fuel to bulls, I guess, if we can get back above the 9. And to me, it would just solidify that, the $4.69, $4.70 region is probably good resistance. So I would look at the reaction there. If we go and back test this daily EMA 100, it's very like, price doesn't like to stay below too much, especially that's what we've kind of been seeing in this uptrend. The dailies don't like to close too many dailies below, but right in bearish markets and very downtrendy markets, it does like to basically reject off it. So that's kind of like the key area with the weekly and the daily, both having major resistance at $4.68, $4.70. Something to watch, because essentially, since our key levels for now are all around the same area, it makes it easy to kind of understand, or at least identify an easy trade. Getting back above this level here would mean the weekly's looking great. The daily's now back above the EMA 100, and it just gives us more fuel to probably test this high here. But until then, looks like a breakdown. Now we're just getting that mean reversion bounce, but approaching resistance currently. We have
check out the SMA 200.
Yeah, so we have currently resistance at the EMA 9. If we break that currently, we probably have a good chance of testing the 100. This is welcoming, though. At least, right, it makes sense. We lost the 100, dumped to the 200 SMA. That's usually what I look at, because usually the 100 is before the 200 SMA. But right, we see that it did deviate and it is holding. More confluence that probably a bounce here is, expected, I guess. The idea then would just be, how big of a bounce is it going to be? Do we break that $4.69 region, $4.70 region, or do we reject there? But great call here, Alondra. You're right. This is a big level for bulls. So, if we lose the 100, we go to the 200. And then now what I look at here is the 200 going to hold, giving us that bounce to the 100, only to flip that into resistance, which then if we do roll over, probably gives us fuel to break this 200. But until then, that's some daily hopium, is we're holding this 200 SMA, approaching the 9 resistance, probably rejects the first tap in my experience. But right, we just keep wanting this 200 SMA to hold, to give us fuel to test this $4.70 region. When I see a lot of major EMAs right around this with the daily, and then along with the weekly as well, there's a very good chance that we do hit this. Probably not today, maybe into next week or the week after. Big level though, and it's easy to me when I see this kind of move. Weekly really got invalidated here on this dump. The hopium here on the daily was at this low, essentially. The low right here needed to hold, because that led to the higher high. The issue is on this dump, we broke it. This led to just another lower high, which then led to the lower low. So as it stands, at least where I see it, I do see a daily downtrend now. And basically price at this moment, if it's in a downtrend, we'd look for a lower high. And for me, it seems pretty likely that this area could be the area it forms. Now, where we could say this is wrong, and bulls have the steam, and that we're going to go up to that 580 region. It's really simple. We'd first want the 200 SMA on the daily to hold. get back above the daily EMA 100. Once those two things are done, now we have the fuel to break this high, this last rejection high. If we break that, I do think then, we can have more of a shot of hitting that 583. But as it stands, yeah, I do think that $4.70 should be looked at as major resistance until proven otherwise. So we'll see into next week how that basically closes. 4 hour, it's nice reclaiming the 9. Yep, on this closure, got the expansion, have the 21. Again, would expect at least some pullback around here. Usually the daily EMA 9 first tap gets rejected. Rejected meaning we're not going to mega dump, but we'll see some weakness, at least a little bit. And then probably it does break out to the upside, assuming, right, we don't just fully deviate the SMA 200 on the daily. But for me, I would just be patiently waiting just for the reaction at $4.70. To me, that just seems like an easy conservative trade. Lots of areas that kind of have lots of confluence with that level. So something to watch, especially if you like trading this, because for me, if we reclaim this level, easy long. And if we reject it, it's an even easier short, in my opinion. So something to watch, especially while the weekly closures incoming and impressive, but on my chart, I don't really see anything different that this really has reclaimed or done, in my opinion. It just seems like a bounce, which is what we'd expect on a big downside of last week. So though it is approaching a massive support soon, so we shall see. Weakness though would be, if we do, which I don't think will happen, but if this 9 does reject hard here and we roll over, this would be pretty weak. But overall, I mean, I'm still expecting us to at least test this and properly flip into resistance, very much like how Bitcoin is. So
Yep. All righty. And by the way, the whole time we've been here, because we were talking about the goal here is to get to $4.53. It hasn't changed from $4.50. Not once. The price has stayed $4.50 the whole time. It is the
I'm
craziest.
noticing that. Wait, that's strange.
Can we please get a 30-cent drop? Would that be the worst to ask for?
That would be so epic. But yeah, it never moves. And if you turn on the Bollinger Bands on this shit, they literally just go around the price the whole time. There's no there's nothing changing. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Just feels fake.
Yeah, that is strange. Not the best volatility, and I guess I can just give more steam to the bears that last week going down 10% was pretty bad. So I'm watching the weekly 9, I'm watching the daily. There is just lots of confluence with that $4.70 region.
Have you guys ever used this bank?
No.
Yeah, I have in Mexico.
I got a loan from them in around like 20, I want to say late 2020, on a van for the daycare. I got the loan at literally 1% interest.
Wow, that's fucking
Santander.
nice. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll get to that level again so we can be in
Fingers
debt one
crossed.
more time.
Jay Powell will do it for us.
Come on, Jay. Uncle Jay, give me the free money. I want it. I need it. Give it to me. I'm sorry. I get a little crazy with Jay Powell. He's like my daddy. All right, here we go. Santander. Una cosa de Santander impresionante es todo el tiempo que hemos estado platicando de esta acción. Ha estado clavada en los 4.50. Se acaba de mover un centavo a los 4.51. Algo que sería bastante bueno para el precio es que cierre tiene 2 horas en 4.53. Es básicamente un poco de lo que estamos buscando. ¿Qué estamos viendo en esta tabla? Simplemente volteando a ver la tabla desde acá, puedes ver este bajo, un bajo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto, y también tienes alto, alto y alto más alto. Aunque si nos ponemos a ver en este momento, tal cual esto, y nos acercamos un poco, nos vamos a dar cuenta que la formación, discúlpenme, que la formación de belongas nos cuenta una historia muy diferente. Esto parece un claro tope aquí, ¿no? En los 5.27. Aquí, esta es una vela de tope. Esta es literalmente una vela de tope, es delgadita, Voy a quitar mi mouse para que la puedan ver bien de cerca. Es muy delgada, solamente muy poco del cuerpo está gordo y está en la parte baja. Tiene que tener la parte gorda que sea menos de 25% del tamaño de la vela, de un cuarto de la vela que lo cumple, y aparte en la parte de abajo del canal, eso lo cumple. Luego tienes esta vela completamente roja que confirma, una vez cerrando en 440, confirma que esta vela sí es de tope y ahora tienes esta bajada, ¿ok? Entonces, para empezar, es bastante sencillo eliminar cualquier convicción a la baja. Si rompes los 382 a la baja, eso quiere decir que olvídate de altos más bajos más altos y tienes que empezar a ver dónde se va a aguantar el precio. La otra cosa que estamos viendo también, y esto es la gráfica semanal, es esto. No, los Bollinger Bands. Voy a poner estos. Es básicamente esto. El precio tiene confluencia acá, parece la bandera de Ucrania, cabrón, en los 4.70, $4.70, tienes el IMI 9, tienes también el IMI 21 en esta zona. El 200 es el que está aquí abajo en 356, que también coincide con este nivel, y el 100 está en los 405, que también coincide con este nivelongo, que vean lo rico que aparece desde acá, con este nivelongo también. Entonces, interesante que tengas esto por acá y esto. ¿Qué es lo que probablemente estamos esperando del precio? Tenemos que ver, y lo que probablemente vamos a ver es que esto vaya a buscar el IMI 9 y el IMI 21. Tengo un rechazo, déjame lo dibujo. Venga para acá, tengo un rechazo y aquí abrir un short cuando los toque e irse para abajo. Eso es lo que más probabilidad tiene en este momento el precio de hacer. Es lo que esperaríamos, porque aquí tienes un tope y aquí tienes uno más bajo y probablemente vas a hacer uno más bajo simplemente por la formación que estamos viendo. Le favorece a ese tipo de movimiento esto. Si nos ponemos a ver más allá de esto en la mensual, podemos ver algo un poco diferente en la mensual. Se quiere agarrar, acaba de perder el 9 y es por eso que decimos, ¿no? Tiene que subir 3 centavos para poder aguantar eso. Y también tenemos más confluencia con este nivel de por acá en los 401. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esto, pero pues vean, en la diaria, se los pongo más sencillo. Esto es algo lo que les quería compartir, perdón. En la diaria, vean esto. Cada que pierde el precio, la morada, que son los 200, el SMI 200, hay una caída de promedio de las últimas 3 que medí de 50% en el precio. Aquí vean también cómo lo retoma, toca y da un pompazo. Entonces, ahorita estás en medio de los dos mundos. Puedes dar un zampompazo porque no perdiste literalmente el 200, estás encima del 200, el 200 está en 4.45 y el precio está en 4.51, pero muy probablemente vengas a esta zona a tener un rechazo en el IMI 9 en los 4.54, que también converge con nuestra opinión de que 4.53 es lo que necesita el precio para cerrar, para empezar a salvar terreno y poder seguir a la alza, pero muy posiblemente veamos aquí rechazo de este lado y continuación en la caída. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto y es tal cual lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Denme un segundito. Ok. SPY, of course. That's a good one.
SPY. That's the S&P index, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fucking crazy.
I mainly watch ES. I don't really look at SPY. ES is S&P futures.
Futures.
Yeah, ES1 is futures. Looking pretty
Look
good,
at
though.
this.
S&P 500. Let me see your chart, Alonso. At resistance.
I got mine pulled up, so I'm ready.
1 second. Let me
Very
just hide these.
interesting.
Oh, why the fuck is this on? It just went up and like the fall has been right here in those levels that are so dumb. Here you go. Whenever you want it, throw it up. Throw it up, throw it up. There you go. It's S&P 500 basically for everyone.
Yeah.
El S&P 500.
It literally just goes, you just have to minimize this. It literally just goes up only. Let's turn off this indicator. It's going to make it easier for you to see.
Oh, yeah.
It literally just goes up only.
Well, yeah, it's the most profitable companies of the most profitable country in the world.
What we see right now is that we were about to lose the 21 EMA, right? Like the last time in April and also October dumps. First time we in October we lost it and then we quickly reclaimed it. Right now, and then in April we lost it. We quickly reclaimed it. We bounced off it. Right now we lost it and now we've reclaimed it after not even a single close. We have 2 hours and 24 minutes to go to lose this level at 529. Right now it looks like we're going to close above it. If we do, at that point we would have a statistical likelihood that we're going to test this rejective high right here at the medium, which is at right around 554.5. Alongside that, we have momentum right here starting to flip back around, and we have bullish divergence on momentum where it didn't go as low, but the price action did. So that gives us the bullish divergence there, and it's giving us momentum flipping back up. I mean, volatility. So if we get a close above this 21 EMA, we would get volatility flipping to support the momentum, and we would have to target this zone. If we close above this zone right here, which is at same 554.56, we would have to target the next Fibonacci level, which is at the 61.8% level, and that would be 573.5. But until then, we wouldn't know. Like we would expect for it to go sideways before that happens, before we get the close to confirm that. And the reason why I think we're going to go sideways instead of confirming it right away is because right here we have the jewel on a fresh sell signal, and we're below every single one of these moving averages. We're on the verge of the jewel giving you a perfect sell signal. If this pink crosses below the yellow, while this is dark blue, that's going to give you the most perfect sell signal you can get. And at that point, I would say we're probably going to retest these lows, maybe get a little bit of bounce and go back down to the 200 SMA, but that's not confirmed yet. The only way to confirm it is if we fail to close above this 21 EMA, and we still have 2 hours to go for that. Let's check the momentum pivots and see what that says. That'll give us a good idea for what we have to close over today.
Let's see.
Right now, our pivot to flip weekly momentum back to the upside is 562.95. And considering because we're in such a high area, if we don't reclaim 562.95, next week this number is going to go up. Then it's probably going to be somewhere around, I want to say, this rejective high here at 555 or 560. Price is going to, no, not this one. This one right here. My bad. Which is 565. It's not that much higher than right now. It's like $3 higher. But still, like you don't want to see the pivot move up. If the pivot moves up, that means bears are in control. So today, we want to see it close above. We want to see it close above that level here at 562.94. We're still like $30, $35 below it, so it doesn't look very likely. It looks like we're probably going to close below it. It's not necessarily a death sentence as long as we hold the 21 EMA. If this stays down and we lose the 21 EMA, at that point, we're going to very minimum retest these lows, get a little bit of bounce at 496. Then the 200 is going to become a magnet. Same thing happened right here. Whenever we ended up flipping down, we ended up testing the 200.
So let's just say if there's some fuckery right now and there's a sell-off towards the end of the day, right? Because let's just say it could happen, right? Could happen. Then this would turn really quickly towards the downside, right?
Yeah. We would get a little bit of a pity bounce right here at the 55 EMA. Everybody's going to think they've caught the bottom. We retest the 21, reject, and go down to the 200.
Yep, makes sense.
Right now, it's looking like if we watch this close right here, 2 hours, 20 minutes left, we absolutely want to see it hold this 21. If we see this hold the 21, the bullish hopium is live, and we can go up from here. If we lose the 21, bullish hopium is dead, in my opinion.
Yeah.
As much as I like to give the hopium, I couldn't give any hopium if we lose the 21 on the weekly.
No. You're staying outside and dealing that hopium. I don't care what happens. People need it. People need that hopium. Come on, man. Tell me this is going to continue to go
Just
up,
a bump.
please.
Just a bump, Juan, please.
Just another 5%, bro. Just another 5%.
All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you. Estamos viendo el SP500 básicamente en la semanal en este momento. Denme un segundo que por poco y destruyo el stream. Pueden ver, esto es una tendencia alcista brutal a través del tiempo. Sencillamente e interesantemente, estos son líneas que puse por la diaria, porque en la diaria ya saben que me encanta conectar puntos pivotes entre uno y otro, y es el rango perfecto donde está esto. que de nuevo, estas líneas no significan nada, pero a veces sí encuentras buen soporte. Interesante que estén ahí. Voy a aprender para que vean un poco los EMAs donde están, SMAs, etcétera. Podemos ver rápidamente que estamos arriba del EMA 21, pero perdimos el 9. Ahora, queremos cerrar aquí, queremos cerrar en los 5,355, queremos cerrar arriba de esto. Faltan todavía 2 horas 29. La jugada más sucia que el mercado nos podría dar y que sería una asquerosidad sería que hicieran un sell-off a fin del día y que cerráramos abajo de la línea amarilla de los 5,305. Si tenemos eso, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar el primer objetivo por ahí de los 4,700 y yo no creo que se vayan a ser los 4,700, pero bueno, tal vez sean 4,763, porque eso tiene confluencia con esta parte donde también el precio tiene soporte y resistencia. Veríamos esto caer, probablemente rebote aquí, vaya a subir una vez más, rechazo y se vaya hasta la línea del SMA 200, que es básicamente la de 4,339. No creo que haya mucho más que analizar, lo único que estamos buscando, si eres un alcista en esto y quieres que el mercado siga subiendo, cerrar arriba del EMA 21, que está aquí. Con eso estás del otro lado. Si no, prepárate para ver downside y podríamos verlo a fin del día. Déjame pongo el Bollinger Band, a ver, rápido, a ver qué hay. Nada, toda esta madre es idéntica de todo el tiempo. Excepto aquí. Interesante. Pero ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen, el SP500. Vamos a otra cosa. Les iba a decir, por cierto, acuérdense que tenemos el Discord. Este fin de semana tiene cara que va a haber volatilidad. Por si quieren, aquí ya saben que el buen Alex anda tirando izquierda, derecha, todo tipo de pistas y además de tablas para que puedan tener. Para adelante, señores, para que este fin de semana no se los lleve el nepe si están usando apalancamiento en cripto. Así que aquí lo tienen. Recuerden que acá tienen nuestras hola, acá tienen donde pedir tablas, tenemos noticias, tenemos P&L cards, que es cuánto está ganando la gente, etcétera. Felicidades acá, pinche David. 137%. Y acá tenemos el chat general. Aquí tenemos para toda la gente que se pregunta, ¿dónde puedo tradear como degenerado este fin de semana? El más fácil de usar es Bluffing, este exchange que está aquí. El que está aquí abajo, no requiere KYC, te abre la cuenta como si fuera una cartera de cripto, punto. ¿Quieres algo más formalón? Tienes BitGet, mejores fees, pero tienes que hacer KYC y no sirve en Estados Unidos. Y acá tienes TradingView también para usar el software y calcular cuánto vas a perder en todo si es que no sabes operar. O si sabes operar también, probablemente. Así que ahí lo tienen. Alrighty, boys. Let's fucking do SMR. Oh, wait. Do you know Total 2 crypto? You guys like to analyze Total 2 or not really?
Yeah, I have some. Let me see if I have anything. I think Foreign probably has something better.
I mainly look at Total 1 and Total 3 because Total 1 is all of the market cap and Total 3 is just the shit coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Total 2 is what? Minus Bitcoin, right?
It's minus, I think the minus is stable coins.
Minus stable coins. Got it. Oh, fuck. You was hear that?
I did hear that. God damn.
That was my rib cage.
I only look at total. I have total and total 2. Foreign, do you want to do total 3? I'm sure the HPDRs have something.
This is Total 2 though, that what he's requesting.
Oh, is it total 2? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It seems good but bad. Like it's right in the middle.
That's the issue too. Like the total market cap I was looking at was foreign on Thursday of last week. It just, I don't look at it a lot, but if we just look at it structurally, it doesn't look good.
You know why? You know why I think it doesn't really matter?
Why?
It's because these total market caps are filled with so much illiquid, complete fucking garbage worth nothing that it ends up bringing it down. Despite the good ones moving up, there's a whole bunch of coins like Digibyte, Bitcoin Cash, and shit like that do nothing, and they bring the market cap down. So the total 1, total 2, total 3, they're great metrics to look at, but they're not as great as people think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Benjamin Cowan has made these famous.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't look at it a lot. I just thought it was interesting how even after all the momentum, all the hype, the ETF shit, we still yet to break the high on total and just everything. Now you can make the argument there's more shit coins, altcoins, and whatnot, but I just find it's odd to me. That's it. Because
But it would still, liquidity should make it more like the more stupid shit that you have, that means that more liquidity should dive into it because you're creating a more diverse universe, if you will, of investments, right?
in
So,
theory, right?
yeah,
But I
in
just feel
theory,
like
that should
on
work like that.
in this cycle, you just saw like very niche specific things pump in regards to crypto. Not everything did pump, but we're like really those mega pumps were in AI. It's like in Solana, Chainlink, Fetch.
Well, it's in my view, it's very much like what we saw in the traditional markets. And the reason why I say that is not like back in the day, dude, like a decade ago, you would buy anything in the stock market, you would make money. And now, like after COVID, it kind of became like you need to pick the right ones. I know what are the obvious one, Max 7 and all that stuff, but back then they weren't, so you got to be more picky with whatever you're doing. And I feel like crypto's getting to that spot too.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, back then when crypto, because it's still even now at this point super super new compared to everything else. That was an insane time. I mean, we had what was it, SHIB getting listed just on Webull, that made it pump over 3,000%. Like, yeah, I think those returns are slowly diminishing with time as more money comes in, especially the institutional money. And that's why like you're going to see crypto act more like stocks, in my opinion, over time, as we see.
I agree.
Here's my total 2 chart.
Let's see
I'm
it.
looking at it on the weekly right now. We previously around like December of 2023, we made a silver cross on the total 2 weekly chart. Right now, we've lost it and we're retesting the 55 and we're finding it as resistance.
Oh boy.
We found some support at the 200, which is nice. The bulls really want to see this, but they absolutely want to see within the next 2 days and 7 hours to close above this 55. Because if it doesn't close above the 55, like sure, it's not exactly bearish, but it's not bullish either. And I would say that it's more likely on the side of bearish than it is bullish. And we'll see if the momentum indicators align. Right now, we're getting momentum starting to try to flip to the upside. It's about to touch this moving average right here, this red one. This red one, if it's not bullish, this should be resistance and it should flip back down. But right now, we have a lower low on price action and we have a little bit of a higher lows right here on the momentum. So we do have some hidden bullish divergence. The only way to confirm that is that we have to close above this 55, which is at 1.935 billion. If we confirm that, then we have 2 drives of hidden bullish divergence. We can target this median right here, which is previous rejection, which is at 1.084 trillion. At that point, I would say that because momentum is filling up from the lows, that we would get a continuation from there, and we would end up going to these previous highs, maybe even higher at the top of the blue range, which is at 1.29 or 1.3 trillion. And whenever the top of the blue range lines up with the previous rejective high, that's when you know that this is the area you need to break in order to make another high. And if I could get a target from here, let's see what it would be. If this target, just so nobody gets lost in the sauce, nobody like longs and be like, we're gonna go from here.
Mm-hmm.
The confirmation is you need to close above this 1.29 trillion area.
So it needs to grow 25%.
Yeah, it needs to go up from here about 47% and get a weekly close above that.
By when? I'm sorry. You're looking at
By weekly close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In 2 days, yeah.
Next week the number is probably going to come down. I would say it's going to be somewhere around here at 1.21 trillion. But even that from here is another 40%. Yeah, 40% move up.
Get out of here.
So best case scenario for bulls is that we reclaim this 55 and we end up going sideways while these numbers come down. And then when they come down, then it will be the ball will be back in the bulls court and they'll be able to flip it back up. But right now the ball is in the bears court. And what's going to align with this, I'm pretty sure, is when we switch the momentum indicators. Right now, the Jewel is also on a fresh sell signal as well on the weekly. We already have a chart right here on total 2 with the meme lines drawn, where we rejected these. We almost touched this one, but the 200 found some support. But right now, the weekly has to close. We have 2 days and 7 hours to go. The weekly has to close above 820, about right around $820 billion. And that will flip momentum back to the upside. We're still above that, about like $50 billion.
Yeah.
So we can still do it. It's going to, and that will also align with this 55. And if we do that, if we close above there, momentum flips back up. This is called the neutral zone. It's right at the edge of the bearish control zone. So we would like to see it flip up from here. The bulls would like to see it, because then that would be a rejection of entering the bearish control zone. And it will show you that the bulls are in control. But until then, we just have to wait. We don't know. Like if you were a very aggressive bear right now, you would short somewhere around this 55. Your stop loss would be any close above the 55, and you would target this previous low right here, right around 500 billion. And if we were to hit that, your profit would be like, with no leverage, around 40%. This is probably the maximum opportunity zone for the bears. We're just watching the 55 EMA, waiting to see if it closes above or not. And if it does close above the 55 EMA, the silver cross is still valid, and we have to, at the very least, target these previous rejective highs. If we close above these highs, let's get a Fibonacci retracement. Let's see what we can get. We'd have to close above this 382, which is at 1.223 trillion. At that point, do I even have the 618? I don't have it. Let me add it onto here.
Give it to the downside.
Where's it? Right here.
There you go.
Our next target after that would be 3.775 trillion. And I don't know if you guys have seen on crypto Twitter, the number one target that everybody keeps throwing up, I've seen it probably like more times than I can count in the past couple of weeks. It's $4 trillion. Everybody's targeting $4 trillion. Imagine if we were to hit this right here at 3.775 trillion. Everybody thinks we're going to 4, and they get left holding the bag. Would that not be a crypto type of move to do?
That would be very crypto.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dirty dance.
Yeah.
That was clean, though, and that would be a humongous move. Before we log off, though, I want to just mention, because I'm seeing questions on the Discord. Price seems really choppy today, whatever. It's probably mainly because we have a CME weekly closure today, mixed in with a huge options expiration today of like 2.4 billion.
High volatility.
Yeah, exactly. When I see that, it's like both sides are going to get fucked today. Lots of volatility, lots of momentum on both sides. So that's why we're getting probably weird price action today on crypto.
There's, I think, like 200 billion worth of options expiring today.
2.4 billion today. Yeah.
Sheesh. And that's on crypto alone?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Not bad.
No, Bitcoin and Ethereum options.
Oh, just Bitcoin alone?
Bitcoin and ETH. So
there's going to be a lot of fuckery in the next couple of hours. I just know it.
If you guys had to guess, though, would you say after these previous 2 weeks of price action, whether the majority of these options are calls or they're puts? I would lean towards puts. I would lean towards puts.
Me too.
I'd say half, probably 50-50.
Can you look it up while I do the Spanish version?
I don't think you can. Maybe we could get an idea, maybe if we look at the heat maps or like the funding, but I don't really look at any of that.
Yeah.
All I know is volatility is coming.
The only way to know for sure is if you are CZ.
Yeah, that's it. He's got a fresh rape in jail, and now you know your crypto numbers from.
That's
sorry, I had to throw it out there.
Yeah, just do this.
Aquí tenemos el total 2, damas y caballeros. Básicamente, muy sencillo, venimos en tendencia bajista, estamos haciendo altos más bajos, lo podemos ver uno tras otro, bajos más bajos también. En este momento existe solamente una esperanza en este planeta. Y esa esperanza, déjenme, voy a cambiar en un segundo. Y en esta esperanza es que, damas y caballeros, aguantemos el EMA 55. Si podemos cerrar esta semana en 2 días, 7 horas, arriba de este EMA 55, la cosa se pinta bastante bien para los alcistas. Eso nos podría llevar a diferentes tipos para empezar, tenemos que consolidar de lado por un rato, pero el objetivo del movimiento a fin de todo eso, y déjenme ver si me acuerdo cómo chingada madres lo hizo Farhan en este momento, ¿no? Que es básicamente un segundo, y eso nos llevaría muy probablemente a un objetivo de al 2.68 de esto, que serían 3.77 trillones de dólares. Lo que está viendo y lo que estaba diciendo Farhan bueno, ahorita es que todo el mundo en Twitter está diciendo que va a llegar el market cap a los 4,000 millones de dólares, por lo que el movimiento más cerdo de cripto sería no llegue a los 4,000 millones, sino que en 377 se frene, se dé vuelta para la baja y todo el mundo se quede con la bolsa en la mano y pierda absolutamente todo como se debe. Es básicamente todo lo que estás viendo aquí. Hay mucha volatilidad en cripto en este momento y lo estamos viendo en todos lados. Tenemos mucha volatilidad en cripto y en todos lados porque hay muchísimas expiraciones en opciones el día de hoy. Además de que obviamente estamos lidiando con el nerviosismo el fin de semana y probablemente lo que personalmente creo vaya a ser un pequeño dump del mercado a intentos de cierre. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. El VIX sigue bajando, todo se ve bien hasta este momento. Sin más ni más, es todo lo que les queríamos compartir el día de hoy. Esto fue el Casino del Tío Salo, traído a ustedes por Elite Trading Academy. Boys, is there anything else you want to add to this? 1 second. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Let me just remove this. Is there anything else you guys want to add to the conversation? I already gave everyone a warning about the volatility, and that's why everyone's going nuts about prices.
I see. No, I have nothing to add. I'll see you boys on the Discord.
Yeah.
I'm actively watching a current trade right now, so we'll just see how everything plays out. Weekend's a good time to touch grass, so prepare for next week. Going to be interesting.
The only thing I can say, is to just watch S&P futures and NASDAQ futures on the weekly open on Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Whatever that does is going to give us the direction of crypto for the week, in my opinion.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Y para todos ustedes, muchísimas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Esto es el Casino del Tío Salo, a manos de Elite Trading Academy con Alex y con Farhan. Y el mensaje que les deja Farhan, aparte del de Alex, de las expiraciones para el día de hoy, es sencillo. Vean futuros del SP500 el domingo, vean dónde abran, porque eso probablemente nos dé el tempo para dónde va a ir cripto. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. No olviden irse al Discord. Dense una vuelta porque este fin de semana, si quieren que alguien los agarre la mano, ahí están estos tíos todo el día. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos en la próxima.